Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Africa Spring 2023 season. On the desk with myself, DK and Groundscast, and we're going to be taking you through all the action as we venture into Phase 2, Day number 2, with the teams having yet another crack at the action.
Yes, sir. We've been having explosive action all through the week. The line has been set, the floor has been set, and everybody now knows what they are in for. It's phase two, day two, people. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, it's going to be quite an exciting run to see what our teams are going to be doing. Already, we did see a beautiful increase in performance coming through from a few of the teams that weren't necessarily performing as well all the way back in that first phase. I mean, one of the teams that spring to mind when we look at it is, of course, the players coming through there from the Mind Weapon. I mean, they've just stepped it up so much. Even the World of Battle also doing an absolutely phenomenal job. But we want to see what the teams are going to be bringing into the second day. Are they going to be looking to continue with that consistency, the kind of momentum that they were able to build up in the first day? Or could there be a few more changes, right? Teams that we've not yet really seen step it up in the first day, maybe looking to bring a little bit of a shake-up moving into the second day.
I mean, we've been seeing a whole lot of outliers coming through and some outstanding performances coming through from some of our big teams. But in case you're wondering, what are these guys talking about? We're talking about the PMPL Africa, and here will be the format and how things would be run in this tournament. We're going to be having three phases. We've had phase one go through, done and dusted. We're currently in phase two, where we have all 20 teams still participating. No super weekends in sight. They will be playing for 5 days, where the top 16 would advance to the finals. And DK, what happens when they get to the finals?
Oh, in the finals, they have a lovely helping of bonus points to try and solidify their start. Just giving them an extra little bit of a bonus on top of what they've already been able to accomplish so far. But as we know, the teams are going to be fighting, just duking it out across 6 days, or rather 6 matches over the 3 days of the finals to see who will be advancing over into that PMPL Regional Championship. So there's going to be a lot up for grabs as these teams are going to be fighting. But as we know, the way to try and solidify their positioning on these overall leaderboards to ensure that they are the team to advance forward is going to be through utilizing our point structure. And as we know, moving into 2023, that all changed up. So let's take a quick look at that yet again. Of course, first place is now going to be worth 10 points, and it trickles all the way down to that 7th to 8th place, which is only worth 1 placement point. Anywhere outside of 8th, anywhere between 9th and 16th, worth a single placement point, but the teams can still look to rectify that by closing it up with those elimination points.
Yeah, we're beginning to see a lot of teams show that adaptation to this new point system. We don't really see as many teams going to that donut shop as we see, and right, we're vibing with it. We're liking what we're seeing so far. The eliminations still have 1 point, and everybody's just fragging out and showing us that they can do that. And speaking of this point system, we see a couple of these teams have actually cracked this code, and we're talking about the likes of Triple Esports. They have cracked the code of the point system.
Yes, they did indeed. But of course, as we know, at the end of the week, our teams are awarded these bonus points, right? So at the end of phase 1, 2, and 3, but of course also at the end of the league stage, based on the overall positioning of these teams, they will also then get awarded those additional points. And as we've mentioned before, the combination of all these bonus points is what these teams are going to be starting the finals with. So the most that they can secure, the most points they can have on board is going to be 80 points. But we've not yet seen a single team in the previous season of the MPL being able to bring in those 80 points moving into the finals.
Yeah, one thing I like about the teams that are currently participating in the spring split of this PMPL is the fact that they love to take the challenge. Every single challenge that we put up on the board, they're like, you know what, we're going to take that challenge head on and we'll try to see if we can break it. And I'm saying this because we're pretty much seeing Triple Esports trying to run away with it, looking like they might just be heading into that first position, that pole position to get the top 20 or to get that 20 bonus points going for this week.
Yeah, I mean, we did see an absolutely essential performance coming through from Triple Esports on day number 5, but moving into day 6, that is where they just doubled down on so much aggression. But as we know, right, as the teams make their way through, based on their placements, they're also going to get their share of the prize pool. So let's take a look and see what that breakdown is. For the league stage, each team will be earning the exact same amount, right? Aside from the MVP and the VISTA rewards that are coming through, the teams will be getting a share of that prize pool regardless of how they've performed. And of course, now to be rewarded for an exceptional performance, that is where those bonus points then come through. And once they make it over in towards the finals, that's where the money is at, right? Starting at $5,500 for ball position, it then trickles all the way down to that 16th place to form part of that $60,000 prize pool.
Yeah, now I'm pretty much looking at this. I'm looking at other parts of this price pool, and that's something I find myself doing a whole lot. So we've looked at the top part a lot, but let's talk about that middle part of the board. We see fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh all going, or actually make that fifth, sixth, and seventh going home with the same amount. But man, I tell you, in a game where 1 point could be the difference, 1 point could differentiate you from getting $2,000 or $2,250. I really want to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, it is going to be quite exciting to see once we make it to that point. But there's a lot on the table here. Adding on top of that, of course, our bonus points coming through for Vikendi, or bonus rewards. That Robinhood, we've not yet seen a single elimination being locked in with a crossbow, right? So we are yet to see who's going to be the one to do exactly that. Of course, we do have the look at my style that we have had quite a bit of a opportunity come through on that. We've got the one-man army where it is going to be the most eliminations secured as a last man standing. So regardless of where we are in the phase, if you're the final one for that team and you are able to secure the most eliminations, that's where the one-man army comes through. But of course, our viewers will also have a say with our viewers' choice coming in. And well, to close it off, we have our focus on elims as well.
Yeah, we're already seeing, all of these little bit of highlights going in through where the community could just choose from, and not just highlights. I'm talking about standout performances coming through from all of these players. Like we've already started to see some players show that, when it comes to this elimination game, we actually want it. And when I start talking about that one, I'm talking about the boys that are up on the top of that board. We're talking about, the players there from Triple. We're seeing Old Boy put up some numbers. We're also seeing P6 from Titan Gaming put up some numbers. And I really, really want to see how this battle, because it's very intense at the moment.
Oh, it's very hot and sweaty. And of course, speaking about the hot and sweatiness, let's take a quick look at that calendar to just get a bit of an idea of what the roadmap is, right? So we're going to be sitting on Wednesday, the 29th of March, and we are going to be taking a bit of a break tomorrow in preparation for the glorious weekend that lies ahead of us, right? It is going to be 3 days of action then coming through as the teams are going to be sweating it out. But then we rinse and repeat it, moving into our third week before heading over into the finals.
Yeah, and we know that these teams, whenever they come back from that break, they always seem to come back with something different. Ordinarily, just the 1 day break we got just this Monday, we saw yesterday the Triple Esport boys showing us exactly what they've been able to use that 1 day to learn, and we saw them pop off. And one thing I know is by the time we go on that break tomorrow and we come back on Friday, we're going to see all of these teams duke it out and show us that, well, this 1 day that you gave us, we've been able to utilize it to the max.
Yeah, and it's sometimes a little bit scary just looking at how intensely these teams are able to bounce back. So I want to see what that change up is going to is going to be, rather, going from Wednesday into Friday. But well, there's only one way for us to find out, right? Is to tune in and see exactly what these teams are going to be doing. But of course, speaking about the teams, we did see coming into the second week, there has been another change up with regards to those groupings for the teams to prepare in, right? We know we had our set kind of lineup for the teams to rotate through over in the first week. We are going to be taking a look at that momentarily for the second week. But already from what we've been seeing, it does change up the approach from what the teams have had to do in that first week.
Yeah, and we already see a couple of these teams adapting to that one. And I like the fact that many of the teams that are showing that quick adaptations were those teams that we pointed out at the end of last week that you need to start adapting a lot more quicker to the groups, right? And seeing the likes of Wavy Sports, the side of the World of Battle, the Mind Weapon, these are the teams that are currently doing well already. It just makes me feel very confident that as this groups continues to shift, these teams will be able to find their rhythm in them.
Yeah, and it's all about being able to deal with that. So let's take a quick look and see what the divide is for this week. As we move in, we've got our Group A there on the side is going to be TEAMLAG, Mo Esports, Triple Esports, and the likes. And what I'm liking about this approach is it feels like there's a nice bit of a balance now being brought through with just how these teams have been divided up based on the performances we saw coming through from that first week.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're beginning to see the teams mixed and matched a little bit better or a little bit differently. That would be the word. We're seeing teams that have similar drop locations not really be on the same side, and that kind of gives a lot of these teams the chance to use this week as that phase to get better or to bump themselves up on the leaderboard, play a little more comfortable than you were last phase.
Well, it's all about that adaptation and how the teams are able to just, get themselves ready for the task at hand. So it's going to be another exciting day to see what the teams are going to be bringing through as they get ready to step out. And as we'll be taking a look at a little bit later on, is there's also an entirely different map rotation moving into the second day. So of course we are going to be looking at a more Miramar heavy day, but that just adds to the excitement as the teams will now have a great opportunity, especially if they are pretty proficient when it comes to the Miramar map.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty sure there's a couple of teams that are happy for it today. We're looking at Titan Gaming. They're probably licking their lips. They're like, today is our day. Today is the day we get to pop off and show what we've got. And in Miramar heavy days like this, many might think it's probably going to be a long day, but we've seen these teams periodically shorten the length of Miramar.
Yep, yep, and that is a scary, scary capability coming through from the teams. Indeed, I mean they speed up the longer maps, they slow down the quicker ones. So it's quite a curious case of PUBG Mobile action we have coming through. But of course, we also want to take a quick opportunity to remind our viewers of the new Royal Pass for month 21 that is available right now. So be sure to check out the video to see the highlight moments of the Blazer tank, the Dark Rain set, and the Graham High set. So let's take a look. I gotta say that the Dark Rain set looks pretty exciting, but of course we also then want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, Grounds, we've discussed a few things. We still have a few more things to discuss before we get into the action. And of course, one of the things that we're curious to see is how the teams are going to be looking to up the ante based on the performances that they've already brought through for this, well, for the first day, the start of phase number 2.
Yeah, we already saw that first day. A couple of teams already setting their foot in the floor. We're talking about Triple Esports. They've put their foot in the floor. They put their foot in the door, telling everyone that we are here and we have adapted to this lobby. I'm keeping my eye to see how well they're going to do going into today. A couple of those teams we've not really seen show us what they've got, and we're talking about teams that were doing well as of last week. We didn't really see them put too much today, and we'll definitely be seeing that one as the overall leaderboards now would be coming up, so we can see just where these teams have ended up. And like we said, the world of battle, mind waypoint, they're putting in the numbers.
Oh, yes, they definitely have. And we've also seen a great increase coming through there from Blackjack Esports as well, right? Sitting right up on that 8th page with 31 points to their name. But if we look at this, the team's definitely getting rewarded for aggression. I mean, Triple Esports on 46 eliminations. That is absolutely insane. I mean, they've got the what they have done in eliminations is more than that what World of Battle have been able to do in the total points. So that just shows how aggressive Triple Esports have been just in yesterday's games.
And this even just goes further to show that these guys really have cracked this new point system. Because if
Mm.
you take out all the placement points, say there was nothing like placement points right now, and it's just elimination points for them, they're still on top of the board. And that just goes that to show that these guys are putting the numbers. But a team that I want to point out on this first page would be Wave Esports. We see Wave Esports be that team that really know how to just be consistent in that top 8 battle for the game, and they keep themselves in that bubble. I love to see that one coming through from Wave.
Yeah, it's definitely a good play, good show of consistency coming through from them. But now let's quickly take a look at that second page, as there's still quite a bit to be determined. I mean, there's not currently a lot separating first from second. There's page, right? Not position, the
Mhm.
page. Eighth place is worth 28 points at least. Well, at this point, and then of course CRYPTICS sitting on 23, so only 1 point away. But CRYPTICS definitely having a heavier hand when it comes to eliminations. They've got 18, where TEAMLAG only has 15 eliminations. So it's all now about finding that balance, finding that next approach, and then just pushing forward to try and advance yourself back onto that first page.
And I think what we're really seeing from CRYPTICS is just them showing that they know how to frag. We've seen them do this last week, and going into this phase, it does look like they've come in with the same mentality, not really putting so much priority on those placements, but we're seeing them grab a little bit of eliminations. Working out for them, they're currently seated in ninth, but as we say, this is the overall ranking for the week. Whatever you get this week would add up to what you had last week in order to get you more bonus points. So we're looking forward to seeing, CRYPTICS put in the work, and the likes there of Blackhand is also another team that we like to talk about. But man, before we even start talking about Blackhand and how well they're not doing, we can also talk about RUKH Esports. Those guys have actually been putting in numbers, the whole of yesterday.
I mean, speaking about the whole of yesterday, Mo Esports also stepped up their performance, so it's great to see them sitting on the second page. But as we know, they've come from that third page. And speaking of which, let's take a look at that and see who we currently have sitting over there. Who needs to just put a little bit more focus on that additional push coming through. And of course, it is going to be VISTA, URUS, Vampires, and TIMEOUT. It's quite odd to see VISTA and URUS sat all the way in that third page, but it's going to be down to what they're going to be bringing to the table today, right? Are they going to just lock back on target and bring that consistency that we saw come through in the first phase?
I mean, given that we saw Vista Gaming last week, I know Vista Gaming is looking at using today to be that day that they would use to jump themselves back up to that top 12 bubble. Because remember, if you get into that top 12, you get that extra chance to play in Vikendi to get yourself more Vikendi rewards and also to get yourself a lot of points to probably try to overtake some of those teams that find themselves just right on top of you on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we already saw Vikendi was a very exciting match, right? Quite a few interesting plays coming through from there. And it's great to see a little bit of love being shown over onto the snow. But of course, it is that time of day for us to check out the schedule to look and see what our map rotation is going to be. We, of course, going to be starting on Miramar, having Miramar in the middle, and then closing the day off with Miramar. So a glorious Miramar sandwich being brought through here. You could almost call it a Dagwood because there's a triple serving of Miramar action with a little bit of lettuce being represented there by Sanhok, and then of course the meat and bones coming through from Erangel.
Yeah, and this is something like, we enjoy to see a switch up in the play. Yesterday we saw that Erangel sandwich. Today we're having a different type of sandwich. It is that Miramar sandwich where we'll be seeing Sanhok, coming through in game 2. So we're really looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to pull up and show what they've got.
Well, let's definitely look forward to seeing what they are going to be bringing out. And of course, speaking about what the teams are going to be bringing out, we're also then prepping ourselves to head into our very first match of the day. We're just a few moments away, and here we go, looking to see what that flight path is going to be bringing through. It's going to be starting all the way down on the southern edge. And this is a relatively decent looking flight path. I mean, it's nothing extravagant, nothing overboard. But now we got to wait to see where that first initial zone is going to be going.
Yep, that first zone definitely would dictate how this game would go for all of these teams. But as you said, it's a very nice playing path. I'm pretty sure everyone is cool with it. I don't think there will be too much trouble that will be caused. Everyone should be able to get to their drop location just fine. I do see Vampires and URUS are in the lobby, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on San Martin to see if truly San Martin will still have that battle or if these guys there from URUS and Vampires would have come to a resolve.
Oh, I think that's going to be an interesting one. For the time being, we do see the vampires already starting to push out. But I think the big question is do we have URUS that are currently participating in this game, number one? And the answer to that, of course, is yes. We've just not yet seen them really push out, but we do have a glorious southern zone, and this is looking to be another great start, especially for a team like Titan Gaming, because we know if they don't go to Trailer Park, they go all the way down south, as we exactly the spot we see them pulling in towards now. But you got me now waiting to see where URUS is. Oh, there they are. All right, so they've chosen to move beyond San Martin and maybe drop a little bit closer towards Hacienda del Patron.
Yeah, and I love that play coming through from them. And I'm saying I love that because I know there's probably that little bit of of idea of there's that little bit of a plan that you could loot up in Hacienda del Patron, and if it's possible, you can quickly ambush the players there from vampires, get yourself a little bit more loot and a couple of eliminations to go alongside it. And the thing is, they kind of have that element of surprise-ish because the side there of vampires may not even know that it is URUS.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the great part because looking at the information available at these players, they don't know who they've taken out until they've taken out that team, right? The name doesn't show up on screen, not like you would have in the classics, so it adds that extra level of complexity and uncertainty to the mix. But of course, now speaking about uncertainty, the World of Battle not having any of that. They've dropped up in towards Picado. They have the entire region to themselves. And a little bit over on towards that western side is where we see Vortex coming through from Mo Esports. But what we're seeing a lot more of is that Mo Esports are starting to condense their positions a little bit more. I mean, nothing over and above from what we've seen before. But it definitely seems like they've put a lot more focus on just saying that extra little bit closer to each other.
Yeah, and as much as I want to say I like the fact that they're playing a little bit more condensed, I'm just still going to say like I think Mo Esports needs a drop location, right? Because right now they're still going for that split around the power grid. But you know, there's a couple of places where these teams could actually go and land, right? Especially given that you can only have 16 teams playing at the same time. This is where the research comes through. You want to do your research, know what team is not playing in the lobby and where you could land. Because I mean, Monte Nuevo is currently empty. You know, it's not too far off from power grid, which means they can actually go for a nice 2-2 split landing, 2 players in Monte, 2 players in power grid, have a little bit of have a little bit of fun with it. Rather than go for that long splits where you don't have as much util, as much things and bullets and all sorts to work with.
I mean, one of the main reasons I don't really go for those main splits is because I'm not that flexible, so it becomes a little bit uncomfortable. You know, I can't really reach, so that's why I've stopped splitting at all. I mean, I don't even attempt it anymore. But that's not really a thing in PUBG, so either which way, let's see where these teams are going to be looking to move towards RUKH. An interesting decision that they've made here. They are looking to venture further up north with Eugene again pulling into the spot which you said yesterday looked a little bit weird but good all at the same time.
They're doing it, and I think they just want to use that to set a standard that, you know what, you could be weird and it could still work out well for you. I mean, we do know RUKH Esports being one of those teams that is also good in the map of Miramar, so I'm going to be keeping my eye out to see how they're going to work. We do have a southern shift, which means I'm pretty sure I could almost call it that we're going to see that northern clash between the side of Blackhand and RUKH Esports. So that is something that I always keep my eye out for in this Miramar game, and I just can't seem to keep scores or keep count of who's taking out who in all the games.
Well, let's see what is going to be coming through here. I mean, definitely looking at if I had to make some kind of a prediction based on this first game, I'd probably say that this could be another strong game coming through from Titan Gaming, purely based on the fact that we know they are a very proficient team when it comes to Miramar. So they could have a glorious run. You've also kind of touched on this before as well, and especially today being 3 games of Miramar, there's more than ample opportunity for not only Titan Gaming, but for a team like the World of Battle or even the Mind Weapon to bring in that extra additional bit of consistency, looking to see how far they can push the points coming through here today.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the Mind Weapon get it back-to-back yesterday, and then going into yesterday's game, or coming out of yesterday's game, we see that they've been able to kind of crack that rotational pattern. They're already doing better on the rotation. Same thing with Raad. But I'm looking forward to seeing how the World of Battle would do in terms of getting those placement points. You know, they seem to have cracked the elimination code, getting themselves quite a decent amount of eliminations. But when we're looking at how well they're placing in terms of placement, they're not quite doing just well yet.
Well, let's see how this is going to unravel for them. As we know, they are going to be looking to get another glorious crack at it. Maybe find good consistency, because based on what we saw from them coming through yesterday, I mean, they were able to secure quite a bit of that aggressional play. So I want to see if that's going to be on the board. I mean, looking at what they did, they actually got themselves a grand total of 29 eliminations. So that's good, right? A good, decent amount. That is the second highest eliminations that we had for yesterday, only of course being beaten out by the players from Triple. But if you look at Wave, I mean, we were talking about their consistency, speaking about how they could maybe look to just hunker down. Yesterday also sitting on 22 eliminations, the exact same amount as what Titan Gaming was able to find.
Yeah, this is what I was saying about Wavy Sports. They just somehow, some way know how to get themselves some good points that would keep them in the bubble, not where to they're not going too far off of the top 12 and they're not even getting up so close. And that is where I feel like Wavy Sports, maybe it's time to stop playing it safe. Time to start putting in a little bit of work. And I'm saying this in terms of put in more work, right? You know you can actually maintain that position. Now we want to see you actually do better so you can actually be in contention for, perhaps possibly that top 4, top 5.
Well, the heat is definitely going to be on. The pressure will be there. Now it is going to be the players here from MEA Esports just looking on, showing some trigger discipline. And what I'm appreciating from the side of MEA Esports is that they've already condensed their position so much, right? Not going to be looking to play all these very spread out approaches. Instead, now taking, rather showing that they've brought a lot more focus and intention to their gameplay here. Meanwhile, it's going to be RUKH also just rolling on through, just exploring the terrain, having a little bit of fun as they move about. But yeah, they have to be relatively quick about it because they've got the TIMEOUT clan also not just positioned up ahead of them.
And Timeout Clan being one of those teams that we're waiting to see step up. We saw a little bit of that step up coming through from them on day 3 last week. But this week, they've not really been able to put work. We're pointing it out yesterday that they're beating their own record, of which we're not going to say that record, but they know they're beating their own record. So we're looking forward to seeing this idea of timeouts putting better placement points and better points in general going into today's games.
Yeah, have to agree with you on that one. But for the time being, it is going to be a zone beautifully centered up on towards Los Leones, and this is going to be quite a bit of a chaotic zone. Looking at the sheer number of players we still have up and able, up comes these rotations now, and I think, and we've said this before as well, right? Moving up in towards Los Leones is easy. But getting out of Los Leones sometimes proves to be quite a challenging task, and now, I mean, Blackjack, they've ventured out, but now they had to slightly turn that approach around and start venturing back towards it.
I mean, with the way this circuit is looking, it looks like we might actually be, not even it looks, I think it's inevitably a city finish. And we can already see some of those teams trying to get closer and closer. Like you said, Blackjack, they leave Los Leones early, but now it does look like they have to find their way back in. And now we'll see where they're dragging the lion by its tail as they are dragging a whole lot of attention towards themselves as they make it down to the lower deeps there of Los Leones.
Fortunately for them, Arab Golden not really being able to hit all those shots just yet, and that is the beauty of the available terrain here. But we also now going to be looking at future split for MEA Esports, finding themselves with a bit of an opportunity onto the side of RUKH, as Rami has already been spotted, but got knocked down. Now they got to keep that focus on as Ghazi now lays into Hansley.
RUKH Esports playing this position to their perfect advantage. I'm pushing the players there from MEA Esports, but it does look like Skydo coming into the clutch to try to see if he can hold a little bit of hope. Well, they're down to 2 just already. Bomb needs to get revived, and the rest of RUKH Esports already looking to come clean things up as, again, would be finding his way down the bottom of the hill. Nice loadout he's got there in hand. Skydo trying to see if he can restart, get that little bit of a reset on the game. Just got the revive going in through. The shots would connect, and that'll be MEA Esports going out early.
Well, I mean, the AK is just devastating at close range, right? That's just a given. The AK is an absolute beast at close range, and of course, RUKH just showcasing that right here. But now there is a little bit of a clean area that they've been able to assert for themselves, just cleaning out the nearest potential threat to them, and they can have a bit of an opportunity to get that reset going. But as we look across the zone, we do see a little bit of that tension, that pressure starting to build over on the southern edge, as it is now Triple Esports and Titan Gaming having a bit of a back and forth.
Talk about 2 giants going up against each other. Chimo does look to be the one first in line. Axa will take a lot of damage from the cover fire. The grenade not quite able to put in the final work, as Old Boy will be pushing close to the side there of Teak. Axa has to fall back a little bit as Chimo would continue up on the chase. And Triple Esports kind of playing this one more like solos than as a squad. The burn is going to get Old Boy, but Old Boy will not go down to the burn. Takes a couple of shots towards P6, would not be able to drop him quite yet. Triple, they're looking to hold their end quite all right in this fight.
Yeah, they're looking pretty phenomenal here. I mean, Old Boy just healed themselves up. They got more damage being dealt by that molly. Didn't even blink and just stepped out and just laid into the side of Titan Gaming. So, you know, they're showing quite a bit of determination coming through here. There's going to be AXA, B6 just hanging on the edges. They still have another player just holding on that far side, and that's going to be Puncher. We're not quite sure if Puncher is going to be able to pull off a bit of a third-party flank. But here we have it. Old Boy coming under fire as Timeout come in and just utilize their positioning.
And I love this positioning usage coming through from the side of timeouts, putting that third party at the perfect of time. We're getting one player down there for Titan, and one way or the other, Titan seems to be the one that is not getting things right out here on that southern edge of the map. They're reduced to just 2 players. Triple Esports would lose 1 in all of that skirmish, and then they'll be down to 3. And I think they might just be going head on with the side of timeout.
Let's see now. It's going to be a bit of a play coming through with the party bus. Morteza pulling back towards score as that blue zone is going to be moving in. The party bus, of course, being a huge, easy target. And now this could spell disaster for Triple. But in the meanwhile, up north, it is going to be Lag and RUKH Esports trying to fight for control of the high ground here. We got Eugene just knocking on their door. But it's curious to see that Lag, they've not really dealt with the threat coming through here from RUKH.
And this is becoming so consistent from the side of Lag Esports. If you're looking for Lag Esports, just look for the nearest high ground. You will find them there. And we've questioned them all 3 yesterday. Can you actually defend your high ground advantage? It does look like right now they'll be buying a little bit of time for themselves while A9Q will be getting that flank. But we do know flankers usually go out alone. So if he does get spotted on his flank, of which he does by Pusher, it might just be the end of the run for them.
Let's see, are they going to be able to close this flank off properly? I mean, this is a good approach coming through from Lag. A9Q just needs to find that nade as Pusher now could meet themselves face to face with a bit of that molly action. The nades, the utilities getting sent all over the place, but up comes Knight. The rest of Lag now looking to rush on forward. Unfortunately, Knight playing a very exposed position, gets picked up, down goes Pusher. And this is now the opportunity for Mexico and E-Flex to try and clear up the approach. As we know, RUKH trying to get that res in. There we go. The shot's coming through. Not quite sure what happened on that one, but E-Flex are trying to hold on. Gets the one, but down they go.
How did I don't get it. Someone is either allergic to bullets or something just happened there. I mean, the smoke grenade does play a huge role there, but him not getting taken out, that revive not getting stopped out there, that is absolutely impressive coming through from the side of RUKH Esports. But at the end of the day, I have to give the ash to the side here of Lag Esports. They did not hold that one quite well, and eventually they suffered for it as they're now back out into the lobby.
Let's see what's going to come through now. It is going to be Vampires. Get to play a bit of a hand onto Black Hand here, but of course, stop now is met with those utilities as they come through. The World of Battle trying to pull in a bit of a gatekeep. I like that approach coming through from the World of Battle, just trying to spread themselves out, cover as many angles as they can. But oddly enough, they've not really found the side here of Black Hand. As we can see, not a lot really happening in the feed.
Well, Triple Esports do get eliminated in the meanwhile, something that we're not happy to see going into these early phases of the game. The World of Battle would be holding that little bit of a gatekeep and third party up on the north. Black Hand finding themselves in the center of 2 teams right now. And we're beginning to see this third party action be so imminent on this map of Miramar.
Now it is going to be Azan. Gets the spray up on towards Plaza. Great timing with that shot. Now the rest of the Black Hand going to be looking to move in. They want to avenge their teammate. It's going to be Red Ox, Koa, and Storm. Storm coming in with a bit of a flank. Using the vehicle, moving over onto the edge. But instead looking to just keep their focus on that zone positioning. And this could be a great gatekeep now coming through on the side of Black Hand. But Vampires down to a 2-piece. A very trying and challenging position to play from. I guess at this point it would probably make more sense to maybe try and put a little bit of distance in between themselves and Black Hand.
Yeah, I think that's what the side of Vampires really need to do, but as they know, if they try to move, there is angles being covered by the side of Black Hand, and I don't think they're fully aware that the World of Battle has left the entire vicinity, which means that third party is not really imminent coming through from them. I don't think any of both teams are aware of that one, as we do see the thirst coming through. Black Hand would lose 2, The Vampires would lose one more, rendering them to just one more player to survive and hold down the fort for them.
Yep, that's going to be D3S now, just making that mad dash. They are going to be pulling in towards URUS. Not before suffering quite a few heads coming through from the side of the wall of battle, but there we go. It is RUKH just slamming the door shut. Now down to final 12 teams. We go still pretty much positioned up in towards Los Leones, and this is where things are going to get pretty spicy. Because there's a lot of space between these teams, even though they find themselves in accompanying or adjacent buildings. But I'm looking down on that southern side, right? Smash team Wave venturing up, trying to find a bit of a positioning to play, but Smash slightly exposed.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to see Smash. I'm surprised that Smash team is actually not in a building right now. I enjoy what I'm seeing from Wave Esports and even to an extent Timeout. I like the fact that they've decided to stay on that southern side of the circle where they know that regardless of where that circle shifts, it's easier to move up through the buildings in Los Leones than to find yourself moving down or even in any other direction going into that. And look at that. The next zone does center up quite nicely. Titans will find themselves in a good spot. Wave Esports, not too much rotation to be made, but it does look like it's just going to be wandering all around in the city.
But as we know, moving up in towards Los Leones, nothing is confirmed just yet, right? It's very difficult to say that any particular team has the advantage with regards to their current positioning. But looking at what we've got, I mean, honestly, I think the western side is looking a little bit more favorable because there's just less buildings on that side, right? More opportunity to get a clearer line of sight onto your opponents. But especially up in towards this northwestern side, it is still going to be the players here from the World of Battle and Hand trying to figure out how they're going to make that play towards the zone.
Yeah, we've seen the World of Battle be that team that knows how to get eliminations, and it does look like that might be a little bit of the play they want to go for going into this game, because once again, it's a city finish. You know, city finishes aren't usually so favorable in terms of like position, so you want to try to see how much elimination you can get on the outside before you actually send it straight into the city. And I think that is what the side there of the World of Battle are looking for. Hence why you see the side there of Black Hand, but Koa would meet his end as he drives straight into Blackjack.
Yeah, that was Goa just getting denied access. I mean, the bouncer said no, Aquaman doesn't approve. And now it's going to be Storm looking to find another approach to get themselves situated. But now it is also Blackjack coming under their own little bit of pressure here as those long-range hits come through. Blue zone is going to be starting to close on up as well. Black Hand now getting eliminated as they've rather now been backed up in 12th place. Raad also now just duking out here with Smash, and Raad down to 1. Smash also potentially almost down to 1.
Yeah, the third party coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports and Wave Esports definitely not helping matters at all for Smash Team or Raad, as revives do have to come through on both sides. Smash Team maybe not, down to just 2. Raad the same fate, but Raad really needs to get into the circle and they have to full send it onto the side there of Smash Team anytime from now.
Let's see, our Golden now trying to bring in a little bit of action here as well, trying to reach from all the way back in Los Leones. But Smash, really trying to piece themselves back together. Trying to find which way to move forward, right? Is there going to be that easy, clear, decisive rotation? But now, as we look further, it is going to be Blackjack slowly encroaching. They've moved up into the blue bottom here. Phonics just keeping a nice and quiet angle. But you can see, Ab Golden, they know that there's someone right here. They don't know exactly where, but they are fully aware of the potential threat just looming.
And this is where the city finishes become very tricky. You can almost hear footsteps everywhere. You do not know where someone is. You could just misstep. And even getting these knocks, Arab Golden looking to play with the angles, playing by the window, with the side there of Wanted, I believe. And then we see the rest of the teams just trying to hold down the fort on the stairs. And this is where it starts to become very tricky, because in situations like this, we might start to see the side of Blackjack Esports decide not to push up the stairs, decide to play this one more passively, given that both teams still currently sitting down in that zone.
But it's going to be more important here for Ab Golden to try and play their hand, right? We know that they are still trying to push for those points. As we can see up at the top of the screen, neither of these teams sitting within that middle section. I mean, Blackjack, sure, yes, they are situated at least in 7th place coming into this match. But as we move onwards, I mean, Arab Golden, they find themselves all the way in 16th with only 10 points to their name. So any additional points they can find, they need to try and grab it.
Yeah, they really need to. But at the end of the day, I feel like right now, many of these teams wouldn't be too worried about the eliminations just yet. Because, I mean, there's still 34 players. We're not really going to see those numbers dwindle down because I believe all teams will be playing very condensed. That if there's a knock anywhere, they should be able to get the revive. Blackjack is supposed to lose the patience as they storm up the stairs to get a couple of knocks onto the side of Arm Golden, one on the roof. But I don't think Blackjack is supposed to kind of be able to push up onto Wanted all alone. But the grenade will do the
Oh.
work. As Blackjack Esports, they are showing why they land in Los Leones.
Yeah, they're showing great proficiency as they move in and now just picking up Arab Golden left, right, and center. There's still one more left. Brody has been knocked down. You can see Rugal trying to push in for that res, but there's still a little bit of danger coming through from RUKH, just hanging on the back end. But I love what Blackjack are doing here, just showing relentless efforts as they move in and just being so swift about it.
Yep, and that is what you really, really need to do. Clear out the sides. Try to see how you can make your pass. Like side of our goals are doing right now, trying to play with the smokes, but those smokes not provide solid cover. One way or the other, they're able to make it work. And I think this is what you just need to do from here on out, right? Get those smokes, smoke yourself up, try to get into the circle, because if they're not smokes, you will go down just like Razi just did.
Oh, I mean, that was a crazy hit coming through. But again, now going to be trying to just pray for that longevity. Arab Golden utilizing this opportunity to bring themselves back into the swing of things. But I love this awareness being shown by Wave. They've now figured out that there's someone within their midst. They got to clean out these buildings, moving up as a unit, putting up quite a bit of an aggressive showing, quite a defensive play as well. But are they going to be able to get those shots to line up, as it is going to be Ra'ad not just duking out, trying to ride that blue storm as best they can, waiting for an opportunity, but now forcing the hand, and this is where again needs to step out in the open. Gaddafi locked and ready to roll. Blackjack also now trying to make a bit of a play as they ventured further up north, but they find themselves running right up into URUS and the world of battle.
Yep, and if you lose one player right now and that player is not close to you, I do not know about the revives, and I'm saying that in terms of Hamodi for the side of Blackjack. You have to play very condensed now that you're in the city. Probably go for that 2-2 split. Have two players that are close to each other who can always grab the revives on each other, and have two players on another angle where you can see so much of what is going on in that game. On that northern side is where we see the side of Blackjack. URUS Esports also still trying to see if they can lick their wounds, get the wounded back up, try to get themselves back into a full force.
Let's see how much they'll be able to get themselves patched up. Meanwhile, Kron there for the world of battle. A very, very tricky spot to find yourself in. And now that Zorn is going to be taking yet another shift, just moving into a little bit of that no man's land. But this is where things get pretty precarious because we could still have so many teams alive. I mean, not the craziest number of players, but still a decent, strong representation. 9 teams left. We got only one solo. The rest have all been reduced to duos. But who's going to be the one to claim the territory? Now is the opportunity to move into that more centralized area and just assert the dominance.
Yeah, and speaking of moving to that centralized area, we do see RUKH Esports still alive with all 3 players, I believe. They're still holding up with 3 players, or actually make that all 4 players still alive. And we see them quietly coming in from that northeastern edge. But the side of the world of battle now reduced to just 1 player in Kron. You did say it was in a very tough spot, and this is the thing with city finishes. You start getting taken out from every single angle. You don't even know which part is safe.
Oh, there's so many to watch, but here we go. Chris could find a bit of an opportunity over on towards Blackjack, but instead it is going to be Zeke just driving that M4 shot to the finish, getting the hit in, alleviating the pressure. But now they need to find that next approach. Are they going to be able to bounce back? Of course, VISTA is going to be hanging in the wing, trying to set up these anchor points as they advance. Now, URUS. Ooh, this could be a very cheeky play coming through from Ramsey.
Yeah, playing on one of the uncompleted structures out here in Los Leones, one thing we always look out for in Los Leones. But Blackjack Esports, they need to play like Spider-Man right now, from building to building, wall to wall, trying to move as a squad, trying not to get taken out one after the other, because that is pretty much the play from here on out. Vista Gaming needs to start putting in the elims on board, and Ramsey, it does look like he's got a little bit of gatekeeping to do.
Well, I mean, you say a little bit of gatekeeping, it looks maybe like a little bit more than a little bit, but either which way. Target acquired as Ramsey steps up, finds the shot alongside Weiss. And this is URUS now, just looking to double down on their defensive strats. And it is going to be a very trying play as they have a few contenders that could bring in those upsets. But I like this focus being brought through by Ramsey, not letting that angle slide just yet. Sends out the utilities. Could that be the one? It is indeed. As you can see, Amodi, actually, no wait, getting taken down by Wave. Up comes another shot. That is Phonics right out of there as Broly secures the Elam.
Yeah, and they just get taken out from every single angle. And that is one thing we love about the city finishes. And another thing we do not like about the city finishes, it gets so confusing. VST still playing up there on the north side of Wavy Sports have made a way all the way to that eastern edge. And they do look to be holding quite strongly, still up as a full squad. 6 eliminations to their name. Same thing can be said about RUKH Sports with 5 as they continue to hold up on that north. The flexibility in motion is something we're not really seeing. And I really hope to see a lot of smoke play coming through. And yep, VISTA Gaming would look to start that one, but Biscuit will get spotted just as he comes out of the smoke just a little bit.
But we are seeing a very balanced approach coming through with regards to those eliminations. I mean, no one really going on a rampage just yet. But I think that is partially because of the area that they are playing in. Out comes the Mollies, trying to restrict the play here for P6. But tries to move to the next building, but does not quite make it over. Eventually, Actor are going to be looking to play all the elevation advantage. Fine. Big up into Brute down below. Kakao does manage to evade him, at least for the time being, but Weiss has got that one under lockdown as they bring in a quick drop shot down to the final 6 teams. We go 15 players still alive, but where will it move to next? Who will be the team to just claim the zone?
It is a battle for Nox and Thirst right now. For whatever team knocks you might not be that same team to thirst you. As we're seeing all of these players have so many angles on one another. Axer holding a very paramount position right now. Has to send the Lotus Nades up onto the side here of RUKH Esports. But ending up a 1v4 from such high ground is not something that is too possible, but he does look to have a go at it. Who will get taken out as Arab Golden would also put in a little bit of shots onto the side of RUKH Esports. And guess what, DK? We are at stage 9. We know when we get to stage 9, there is no more zone. The zone just starts to close up, and all of these teams would have to be forced to come close to each other.
I think at this point it's pretty much going to be between RUKH Esports and Wave, as both teams are still sitting with a full roster. All their players up and able to swing. Now it's going to be that final showdown. So it's a 2v2, 4v4. Oh, nice opportunity being grabbed there by Brody. And Pusher now tries to make a play for it, trying to get themselves out of harm's way. But Bedrox also now finding out Hazard as that Molly has been deployed. Out comes Mito looking for a bit of an opportunity, applying the pressure. Oh, but instead, out comes the S12K as they meet their end. Down to the final 3 teams we go. And Golden definitely going to be looking to bring in a bit of capitalization here.
Yeah, and I think Arab Golden just has to play spoiler here, but not when you have only 1 minute and 45 seconds up on the clock. This zone is going to start to pressure real soon, and Arab Golden already looking to apply so much pressure onto the side of RUKH Esports. Enjoy the fact that Wavy Sports are still capitalizing on that high ground, trying not to lose that high ground position. This is where you start to play that sacrificial lamb, where one player would stay behind, get all the high sites, but will be going down to that blue zone. As we start to see Nox coming off through, RUKH Esports would lose to Rami, trying to see if he can draw a little bit closer as blue zone continues to intensify on the push. The thirst would come through up onto Rugal. Broly, the last player left for Arab Golden.
Well, this is now where things look absolutely favorable, especially for Wave. They've done their 10th elimination. First team to hit those double digits so far today. Arab Golden getting backed up, and it's now going to be that final showdown. RUKH on a 2-piece if they can't get those reses secured, but Wave going to be looking to ride out the storm here. Just waiting as the utilities now come rushing forward, and this could be that knock and rush. Yes, down goes Rami, up comes Bronsberg, and that is Wave securing themselves the very first winner with a chicken dinner for today. Absolutely glorious performance.
The one team we spoke about, the one team we were talking about, that Wavy Sports, they know how to keep themselves in that top 8 bubble. We wanted to see them put in more points, and more points on the board is what Wavy Sports have done. I love the fact that going into that game, they kept on prioritizing having a full squad, because they know that heading into that last and final phases, all you need is a full squad up.
I mean, Wave definitely looking to double down on their efforts, already bringing in a much more improved approach to their Miramar on day number 2. I mean, they've just looked to unlock all these extra features as they were able to move through with that full squad. And I gotta say, right, it was so satisfying looking at Wave, the way that they just dealt with the situation, moving up, not being too overly aggressive, and instead playing a far more strategic approach.
Yeah, capitalizing on that space that they had. The instance they cleared up one part of the map, they head onto that part as a full squad, continue to push up there. And even when they ran out of zones, they still did not let that stop them from going in as a full squad. And I like the fact that every single player knew the role they had to play. The side of Gaddafi knows that all he just has to do is keep an eye out on the left. The rest of the players knowing they have to keep their eye out on the right, where they had RUKH Esports. And we saw them, execute that perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault it. And we also, what we saw a little bit of there was the fact that they did play a little bit more of a spread out approach, but nothing so extreme that you could definitely say it was split, right? They were just utilizing as much of their available area as they move on forward. And if we look over on towards RUKH Esports, I think moving into that last bit of the match, is where we saw them really condensing their position, and I believe that made them quite vulnerable because they were quite susceptible to all the utilities getting sent across.
Yeah, and that is one thing that we really enjoy to see from them. Los Leones finishes are usually crazy. Let's see the highlights.
I mean, such a great showing coming through from Wave. I like all these drop shots, right? I mean, I know it's been a thing for the longest time, but it's always so exciting to see, these players doing it. I mean, I've tried drop shots. I am horrible when it comes to that. So, I appreciate it when I see it done properly.
Yeah, and it's not just about going on the drop shot, it's the timing of the drop shots
Oh,
because,
yes.
if it's not timed properly, you're definitely going to get uprooted. I mean, we saw that drop shot coming through from Old Boy early on in the game. Mans was on fire and then went for that instant drop shot. Whoo, it's just like magic the way your HP trickles down once that drop shot is there. But speaking of dropping things, we'll be looking at that match ranking to see where all of these teams, or how many points these teams were able to drop.
Well, as we know, Wave, they were doing quite a bit of work securing themselves those double-digit elims alongside the double-digit placements, so that awards them 22 total points. But it was a bit of a heavy hand going through with the eliminations, right? Rook sitting on 9, we got the players from Blackjack on 7, Arab Golden on 6, URUS on 5. So there's a lot of work being done, especially based on where we pulled in for those last few stages, right? I mean, Los Leones, it's a challenging area to play.
Yeah, and I like the fact that the teams understood that, what, it's a city finish. Let's try to get as many elims as possible. It was literally a battle for thirst because as someone is knocking someone, another person is grabbing a thirst, and you could see that speed coming through from Titan Gaming. They were getting a whole lot of knocks on the top of those uncompleted buildings that they found themselves on. But unfortunately, those thirsts just kept on getting swept away by Wave Esports, by RUKH Esports. Everyone was just taking away those thirsts from them, and this is where you start to look at playing as a team. That's why you actually need a full squad up there because in a place where people are trying to steal your elims, you need someone to be on your team that is going to instantly grab those elims as you're getting the knocks.
Yeah, there's no chance to let any knocks slide in any which direction. Of course, we see the trend continuing, especially looking over onto the second page, right? Smash on 4, and then we trickle all the way down to where we find the World of Battle, taking a quick pit stop at our donut shop there. And, what we've been seeing is that there's not necessarily a consistency as to who those teams are making a stop at the shop, right? I mean, it's been a bit of a change across these few games. Not only today's matches, seeing well, it's only been one, obviously, but the approach so far in this phase is that the teams are definitely trying to patch up these issues as they become prevalent as they move through the games.
And I really hope that's what they're doing. I'm really hoping it's his first game jitters that happened to the likes there of Moe Sports and Vampires and also the World of Battle, because I mean the World of Battle was that team that grabbed a lot of eliminations yesterday. Today I'm kind of feeling like what happened to the elimination, mindsets coming through from yesterday. So I'm really hoping, okay, it's just the first game. Maybe they're a little bit shaky, and maybe that is what happened to them. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back to get the answers to all that questions as we have to send it to a quick break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season with myself, DK, and Crownscast. But of course, we know it's that time of day, right? It is time for a little bit of the jungle action as we are going to be venturing over into game number 2. The teams already pretty excited to show us what they've got as the Miramar got off to a very exciting finish, right? I mean, exciting start, rather, to put it that way. But of course, as we are about to venture over in towards the lovely, lovely Sanhok, we're about to see what that flight path and first initial zone is going to be bringing through. So let's take a look and see what these teams have to work with.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to now seeing some of these teams start to show us what they're made of, right? We know Triple Esports like to perform on Sanhok. There's a couple of teams that would also love the Sanhok games. So I'm looking forward to seeing which one of these teams would really, really bring Sanhok home. We do see the side of Esports, RUKH Esports, the World of Battle, and TIMEOUT sitting this game out, where we have CRYPTICS now back into action. And we've seen CRYPTICS a whole lot on every other map, and we actually did see them yesterday in Sanhok begin to put up some good numbers. So I'm really hoping CRYPTICS will put in good numbers going into the Sanhok game.
Well, it's as we know, there's only one way to find out, right? We do have a potential bit of hot drop action coming in towards Paradise. Virtual Gaming Squad taking a little bit more of a spread out approach with, Hulk maybe just dropping a bit late or changing their mind mid-drop. They could potentially be dropping on Rami. We see there from Raad as well. We're curious to see what's going to come through over in towards Paradise. But the rest of the teams, I mean, a very respectable drop, right? No one really hot dropping aside from Paradise.
Yeah, Paradise does look to be the place that causes a lot of trouble, as we see Virtual Gaming Squad and Smash Team making their way around there. Oh, zone. This is a
Mm.
Titan zone. This is a Titan zone. And you can already see them having a very good split on the game. Normally, we would see their split a little bit more condensed around the ruins area. But right now that they're on that wider split going into this game, I feel like that gives them so much information in the early phases of the game. And then being Titans, I know they can actually capitalize on this type of positioning that they have.
I mean, I'm not even going to argue with you because I fully agree with what you said about Titan Gaming. So, I mean, now I think it's just down to seeing whether or not they are going to kind of stick to what we're expecting to see from them and whether or not they'll be able to capitalize. But I like this Western spread. I mean, it's so interesting to look at. Titans holding center, Greedy holding south, Black Hand holding north. And the rest of the teams are all situated on the eastern side. So it's going to be a very congested play. I think especially looking at Pai None, right? I think there's going to be a lot of action heading in that direction.
Because Painan is definitely where many of these teams will be looking to make that crossing, to kind of make it all the way to that western side. A little percentage of that circle finds itself to be water. The other side, the other thing I wanted to say too was Blackhand do seem to have a good position, and I'm hoping this Sanhok game would be that game where they can actually capitalize and use this zone to probably get themselves back up to top on the leaderboards.
Well, as we know, also this being match number 2 means that one of our groups are sitting it out, but it's also the very first match for one of our other groups, right? Group E are joining us now out on the battlefield. It's going to be CRYPTICS, Greedy, as well as the Mind Weapon and a Virtual Gaming Squad. And the teams that are going to be sitting this one out will be none other than RUKH Esports, the World of Battle, TIMEOUT Clan, as well as Wave Esports. So the pressure is going to be on. Let's see what CRYPTICS and the rest will be bringing through as they now get to stretch their legs a little bit, right? They've already had a bit of an opportunity to get themselves warmed up before stepping into their first game, but I want to see what they're going to be bringing out on the battlefield.
Yeah. Mo Esports already losing one player again. I'm like, can I just get a game where Mo Esports doesn't get into early engagements? Right now, they're going toe to toe with the side here of Raad Esports or Raad. And where we see again, though, crawling close to Hansley, I'm pretty sure now they could hear each other. Definitely see something in the grass, spots this pixel out of place, takes him down, and the instant thirst would follow suit. Gazi up front has a load of HP chunked off already by Skydo, as we see the push coming through from Paradox. Mo Esports, they play a little bit confident or more confident on the map of Sanhok. So I'm really looking forward to them not letting this loss of one player, affect their performance in the Sanhok game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they're going to take this approach. Well, there we have an answer. Skydo with a beautiful flank coming through, being able to isolate Ra'at there. And that's already the players from Mo up onto 3 eliminations. I mean, this is the kind of start that you want coming into with Sanhok. Now all they gotta do is just bring in they just gotta maintain that play, right? Not let it slide. Don't get overconfident. But Hazem could maybe put a bit of a stop to something here, especially if Skydo is spotted out in the open.
Yeah, and at this point now, you've gotten 3 eliminations. That does not give you the chance or the opportunity to now go for a very wide spread. So that's what we're seeing now from the side there of Mo Esports. That condensed play, we're not really seeing it come through from them. Arp Golden is also here for a little bit of third party. Ilias would feel that one. Skydo will look to draw closer and closer, try to get himself a little bit of this third party action.
Yeah, but that's a very dangerous approach going through from Skydo. So isolated rather from the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Arab Golden just cleaning up the area here as they take down Smash. But now it's going to be Mo who could be looking to just trickle on in. But yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to see Skydo just maybe wait for reinforcements to arrive before making that advance all the way down south. I mean, I can't see why Mo just don't maybe turn their focus towards that zone positioning. I mean, they've got such a great opportunity. And Arab Golden, as we know, they are definitely not a team really to mess with.
I mean, especially given the fact that Arab Golden just had a wonderful game in Miramar, they're not going to be sleeping on that one. Hazem would catch one more player there from the side of Mo Esports as they make the rotation into the circle. And right now, they're already getting picked apart one after the other. Wanted has a sheer idea of Skydo being here. Molotov would get sent through. The born is there. 1v2. He would lose it. And make that Mo Esports going out early again. 3 eliminations to their name. And I don't know what to say again.
I mean, they're consistent. Right? There's no arguing that point. They are consistent, but just not consistent in the way that we want to see them be consistent. So hopefully they'll be able to change that up a little bit as they progress forward. But meanwhile, it is going to be virtual gaming shot with their eyes on target. They now lay into the mind weapon here. A very costly start, already losing 2 of their players. And this is now, I think, where all the work comes through for them, right? Are they going to be able to regain their footing after losing their 2 players here?
And I think these teams are taking a very passive approach to Sanhok, especially the Mind Weapon, MEA Esports, teams that we've lost so far, because they were in situations where they could have taken the fight head on, but instead of that, they decided to play it a little bit passively. We saw Max and Zard drawing closer to that compound, but then they stopped out in the outskirts, right, leaving only 2 of their players to hold up against the full squad. And I feel like rather than play it very passively, you could actually play it more confidently, try to go for the fights because it's Sanhok. It's a small map. There's no point trying to extend the engagements up onto the later phases.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And I mean, you got to play it for the long game, right? Not necessarily focus on those short-term goals. But speaking about short-term, it could be just a short amount of time until Greedy and Vista start going at each other here just around the bend, but both teams taking a little bit more of a reserved approach. We also have a glorious bit of congestion all the way out in the blue zone between Raad, Arab Golden, and of course the players from Vampires. So curious to see how that one's going to go, but for the meantime, it's going to be Cacao just trying to keep the players from Greedy at bay.
Hopefully he's able to keep them at bay because GREEDYFORKILLS, they do have players out there in the vicinity. We see Fevo just holding up out there in the front line. They have 3 players on the front of the battle. Vista would lose 1 player to the side of URUS. GREEDYFORKILLS will get the memo. B-Square will get dropped. Elimination stolen by Fevo. And I think things just went down south for the side of Vista Gaming. Cacao probably the last player. Actually is the last player left for that spot.
Well, let's see whether or not Cacao is going to survive any much longer. Meanwhile, it's going to be Vampires and Arab now coming into a bit of a rush here. I mean, Arab already being dealt quite a few hits coming through from the side there of CRYPTICS. Let's see where this one will go. The blue zone is going to be tanking quite a bit of damage towards them. Let's see if this will be the one now. Wanted. I don't think that's going to find anything other than air as it moves out. And, I mean, D3 has stopped and Yazan still hanging in the back. But look at that, Hazem. This could be quite scary now for RUKH.
And this is one thing I was going to talk about, like the grenade usage. I admire the fact that players are taking that initiative to start things off with the grenade. But at the end of the day, the beauty of the grenade is actually when it hits. So you can't just keep tossing out grenades blindly, right? Sometimes you want to make sure you're throwing those grenades to the right places rather than, just blindly throwing grenades. But anyway, we just see one being sent towards the side of D3S, the off angle, and third party from CRYPTICS would be ending things for him as Virtual Vampires find themselves in a very, very tough position to play.
Let's see, it's not over just yet. It could still develop into something interesting, but looking at what CRYPTICS are doing, they are just lurking in the wing, starting to circle. And now they've got their eyes set on the target. That is the shots now just driven on through. As you can see, Lazy Boy picking up RUKH and closing the door for Arab. But still, we are yet to see what Hazem and Stop hopefully bringing through alongside Yazan. But up comes Black Hand now, moving in on Triple Esports.
Triple Esports deciding to go for that swim to the other side, and it looks like Black Hand came here with their hands, with fishing hooks in their hands, coming here to fish. As Triple would lose all 3 players, having Morteza, the last player, to hold up. We do know Morteza is not a force to reckon with, or is a force to reckon with. All we just know is that man is OP, and we've seen him show us that he can play this game yesterday.
Well, yeah, Morteza definitely no stranger to the action. Glorious skin that we've got on there as well on that UMP. Right. But either which way, let's not get too distracted. I know it's very shiny. It looks very nice. But yeah, let's see what Triple is going to be able to do. Old Boy, unfortunately, getting traded up as well. Now it's solely reliant on Morteza. But Koa also just trying to pick up a little bit of that virtual gaming action. And Trifecta coming into play at least for a little bit here. But still a lot of that blue zone positioning being played.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a lot of teams deciding to go for the Trifecta and a little bit of a swim. as regards to Painan and the Painan Bridge, that we thought we would actually see more action currently, or sorry, more action happening. Right now, the Painan is totally empty, the bridge is empty, and I'm like, guys, there's a beautiful nade from the side here of Koa onto Morteza to take him out. But anyway, there is a beautiful bridge that you could use to get into that circle, and I don't know why no one is using it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're scared of trolls. Who knows, right? It could be anything at this point. But I'm still amazed as to these players situated out in the blue zone. Yazan and Stop trying to survive here for the Vampires. We got Hazem behind them. We also see the players then from the Mind Weapon making their play as they come rotating up alongside that boot camp. But as we return to that more centralized zone, it is going to be Greedy4Kills now occupying a few compounds with URUS up on the hillside. I'm curious to see what URUS are going to be doing. I mean, they've got a great vantage point to try and play from. And as we know, the moment Rauf moves into a compound, into a little shack, they become super deadly. But fortunately for the rest of the teams, that's not where we see Rauf just yet.
Yeah, and position, the quietness actually coming through from the side here of Titan Gaming is something that I'm not really understanding. I thought that with that early good position they had, they probably be the ones taking all the third-party action, but it does look like they're still playing so more closely to that ruins area, allowing a whole lot of rotations to come in for all of these teams. But on the south, we have the side here of Blackjack Esports going up against CRYPTICS.
Well, so far it is a very fair trade coming through on either side. Now, Blackjack managing to just bring themselves back into contention, but out comes CRYPTICS. It's going to be Marshall and Senke now having to defend as it is a 2v4. Oh, but look at this jump shot coming in. Marshall trying to pick it up, but instead it's going to be the shots now just doubled down there by Phonics. Gets the knock and the confirmation. Up comes Senke. Oh, down goes Senke, and that is Blackjack. Now sitting with 4 eliminations to their name.
That was a clean sweep coming through from the side here of Blackjack Esports, getting all 4 elims. No players lost any whatsoever, and they're able to ward off the third-party shots that were coming through from the side here of Greedy. You just love to see them start to take this fight, and this is the comfortability that we've been asking for, you know, from some of these teams, like trying to understand how the players in this lobby play, and you know how to take fights in the lobby. And I'm impressed to see Blackjack Esports take such fights confidently against the side here of CRYPTICS.
Well, as we know, Blackjack also a team, when it comes to Sanhok, they also show a lot of potential, right? Some really great performances that we've had from them in previous Sanhoks. But now they just need to try and double down on those entries. Speaking about doubling down, oh, it is going to be the Mind Weapon. Looking to play a bit of the edge here up in towards Painan, but it will be short-lived as we have only 20 seconds and a bit of change left on the clock until that zone starts to close up yet again.
And a lot of distance between them and that next play zone. And a couple of teams also looking to play gatekeeper onto them. Hazem, though, trying to see if he can hold down the fort for so long for his team Ra'ad. But right now, getting pushed by the Mind Weapon and Virtual Gaming Squad would not be helping matters. A beautiful grenade onto his side from Malek would send him back, and that will be shutting things down, shutting down the operation for the side here of Ra'ad.
Now, the zone shift comes through. Or the blue zone rather is going to start closing up as it's now just laying into our players who find themselves hugging the edge of that zone. But I mean, Greedy, they've done a little bit of work, only 2 elims up. They got that center position. Meanwhile, it's going to be Black Hand on the verge of the zone, but still looking to apply a little bit of pressure back over in towards the blue zone, down in towards Painan. Then once they start rotating up, they've got the players from URUS just situated behind them. So this could be a great opportunity now for URUS to just disrupt the play here for Black Hand.
Yep, I'm pretty sure they are very capable of doing that one. Titans will send it over to the side here of Lag Esports, who are currently holding a very long split on that northwestern edge of the circle. Titans able to pick up one, Iflex up in the distance, not quite able to put in too much work. Mexico would also fall suit. It does look like Lag Esports not quite getting this one right. That split a little too long for them to handle. And Knight having to face off against 3 monsters from the side of Titan. And I can understand why that man is currently still in the grass.
Well, let's see where this one's going to go. Maybe Titans can become the gardeners, as they are really good at cleaning up the grass. So you can see another shot finding its way over towards Lag. And this is where things now start to crumble as lag is down to only one. It's going to be E-Flex, but you could also be jumping straight over towards the blaze there from Black Hand, as we can see Ramsey now sending the nade out, and there is quite a bit of tension still building up north as the zone allows them to continue that altercation. But this is where the pressure is on, because the mind weapon could add a little bit of that cherry onto the action. But let's see if URUS can hold their own.
I'm pretty sure URUS would be able to. They have the advantage of the high ground, but the smoke usage from Black Hand is admirable. Using that to get the revive up. That player would be back up, licking their wounds, looking to get back up, pushing this compound onto the side of URUS. And I would really love to see that push coming through from Black Hand. They do look to be a little distracted by the side of the mind weapon. Right now, intro knock does seem to be what they're looking for, as Red Dog will continue to send those grenades into the compound. The breach is what the side there of Black Hand are looking for.
So, I mean, Black Hand, the breach is not going to be the easiest thing to accomplish right here. Again, fortunately for them, RUKH is outside, not inside, so everything is checking out as they do find Weiss as well. Ramsey could receive a little bit of a nade, a little bit of love being shown there. Up comes the bomb. Oh, doesn't really make it all the way to the place. But now RUKH is found out. Oh, down goes Plaza as well. As RUKH now starts to mount a bit of an aggression here. But go up quickly, trying to just fall back. Ramsey now falling under the pressure. Up comes that rush as Farokh ventures forward. And RUKH is now the final one left to carry that URUS name.
On the last one to carry the name for Black Hand, but the third party coming through from the mind weapon would not be helping matters at all. They sweep the elimination, grab those thirsts, as everyone just trying to see if they can grab the revive. Titan Gaming also have an eye on this fight that is going on here. URUS, I was just about to say it. If RUKH is still alive for URUS, all hope is still up. Able to get that beautiful two-knock onto the side here of Black Hand, giving them a little bit of an advantage as we see Storm now trying to see if he can go for that full send onto the side there of URUS Esports. And right now, I'm pretty much wondering what is going to happen. Are they going to go for the full send? It does look like they're looking for a flank.
Could be a bit of a potential flank, but I think it's all to come down to what this next zone does as RUKH now steps in. Oh, but down they go for RUKH, quickly managing to just close up that altercation. Out comes the DBS. Out comes Storm. Oh, the confirmation is there. It is now a 1v1 for RUKH. Having a quick opportunity to just up that health bar ever so slightly. But it's going to be shoddy action versus, well, the UMP to see who will reign supreme. Up comes the rush to dance around the block for RUKH. Now really in a position to capitalize, but Rhino actually sends... No, wait, that wasn't even Rhino. That was someone else sneaking in a cheeky hit. And yes, the third-party players coming through from the mind weapon, really saving the butt of URUS.
Talk about timing from the side of the mind weapon as they're able to grab the thirst onto Storm, putting Farokh in a good position. But that is Farokh himself. The mind weapon, if they start to push up onto this fight, they definitely would be putting the fire underneath the butt of Farokh as they wait, looking for that push. But Titan Gaming, one way or the other, they've been able to secure 6 eliminations, and they're still up as a 3-man squad, looking just as strong.
Well, let's see now where this one is going to go. 3-man squad, looking to see what they can accomplish here. Up comes Zar. Oh, and they are met with quite a bit of aggression as Farokh comes in swinging. Oh, but Zar does land the hit. Again, the Tommy gun does trump the DBS.
Yep, and the Titans, they are aware of what just happened in that little shack. They want to full send it. Grenades into the building would get the re-knock up onto Max. Out through the side would be Teak, and he would get that elimination, sending them back into the lobby. Down to the final two, Titan Gaming grabbing Sanhok by the horn, but they are down by 2. 2-man up against the 3-man squad from Greedy.
Wow. I mean, this could still swing either which way. Greedy holding on to the 3-piece, so they definitely do have the numbers advantage, but no one really having that zonal advantage, right? Titans are going to be looking to move through these compounds, at least situated up towards the northern side, while Greedy still pretty much focused on everything east. So this could be quite an interesting showdown once both these teams meet each other out on the battlefield. And the only thing really separating at this point is going to be that slight bit of a hill, but it's going to be Rhino just venturing into the mouth of the beast now as they pull in alongside Titan Gaming.
Yeah, but he's found that good flank angle, but little does he know that the flank has also been flanked as Teak would find that knock up onto Rhino. one player down and the tides have been even. It's now a 2v2 with a whole load of space to play with. Side here of Greedy do not have any more vehicles, and they have to make that descent down the hill depending on where the zone would push from. And Zoxy is just
Well,
looking for those angles.
I mean, it's all down to this final play. I mean, no one currently being situated within the zone, so we might as well already be in that stage number 9. But the blue zone is going to start to close on through, and the teams will have no other option other than to push on forward, being patiently waiting in the wing, waiting for that opportunity. And this could be that play now for Titan to try and capitalize.
Yep, and Titans are just waiting for Greedy to make that descent. Puncher definitely knows where they are, sending a Molotov to 4-step to the right. As the damage will be done by team, they're playing it so carefully. Through the smoke, Zoxy will lose a lot of HP. He does come down with a grenade up onto Nosa, but Puncher is able to hold down the tide for his team to get the chicken dinner.
What a performance that was. Titan Gaming just showing yet again why they are a formidable force to be reckoned with, stepping up, claiming that glorious winner chicken dinner, and doing so with 11 eliminations to their name.
I mean, there was a point I was looking at the Titans and I'm like, they're still actually holding 0 elims. What is going on, Titans? You should have more eliminations. And Titans are like, Crowns, relax, hold my drink. I will be right back. And they are right back here with 11 eliminations and the chicken dinner. You love to see that one.
Yeah, you gotta love it when that happens. What a performance that was. I mean, the zone again proving to be a little bit challenging. The team's not gonna be backing out of these challenges as they stepped up. And also like the action that we had unfolding into the trifecta. But oddly enough, we saw a lot of attention being put, or rather a lot of action coming through from the blue zone, right? A lot of teams not really finding that approach back in towards the zone.
And I feel like it was intentional for a couple of these teams, like CRYPTICS, right? They were on their way to the circle, and then they heard these shots coming through from the side from RUKH, and they're like, ooh, that sounds like 3 elims. And we just saw them venture into that position, grabbing those eliminations for themselves. And I really enjoyed that just for this game. I'm not saying you have to do that all the time.
Well, let's take a quick look at the highlights from this past match. I mean, Sanhok, as sweaty as we were hoping to see it, the team's definitely rising to the occasion. But of course, speaking about rising to the occasion, we also need to take a look and see how many points all our squads were able to secure coming through all the jungle action that we just witnessed.
Yep, and we did see actions from start to finish. I enjoyed the fact that I didn't see that hot drop go through between Smash Team and Virtual Gaming Squad in Paradise. So that is something I love to see. But 21 points for the side there of Titan Gaming. I was able to get into double digits. But look at this, DK. Only 2 teams were able to breach double digits points.
Yeah, it is pretty scary, but of course, at the same time, we do see a lot more teams just getting some a pretty even amount of eliminations secured as well, right? Mind Weapon, URUS, Blackjack, even the players there from Virtual, all essentially taking out a squad with Black Hand and Arab, then pushing it that extra little bit further, securing themselves 5 eliminations apiece.
Yep, and getting eliminations was nice. I did like the elimination spread that I was seeing out there on this first page. A lot of these teams able to capitalize on that one. Looking at the side of URUS, able to put in a couple of eliminations up on board. Love to see that one. But this second page is where I'm going to just point out that vampires are being a little too consistent on this second page.
I mean, maybe it's something that they are just waiting to change as they progress into, well, what is left for them. We know they still have 2 more games to go, so maybe things could take a little bit of a different swing. But of course, we do have a few customers coming in as well, right? VISTA and Smash Team making a quick stop over at the donut shop. I mean, maybe it's something that could turn to be a little bit profitable later on, right? With all our visitors that we have stopping over at the donut shop. But either which way, yeah, I think a decent distribution coming through with eliminations, especially all the way towards that 11th place.
Yeah, I think they were able to quite do a good work. 11th place being Mo Esports. Yeah, that's nice. You got the eliminations, but please start to put those placement part on board. In the last phase or the first phase, we actually did see them be able to get to good positions, but they were lacking on elims. Now going into this phase, they do look to be doing a little bit better on the elims, but now they're lacking badly on the placement. So I think the side there of Mo Esports really need to cross some I's, dot some T's, and get themselves back on standing foot.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, of course. Now, speaking about teas, we are going to be having a quick tea break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. On the desk with myself, DK and Crowns, and we're now getting ready to venture into game number 3 for today. It is going to be over on Miramar yet again to get to that middle section. I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be performing, stepping out one more time, right? Getting ready for the desert action. They've already now fought a way more condensed bit of play over on Sanhok, but it is that opportunity for that leg stretching to come through again. And also, it is going to be our teams from Group C that are going to be sitting it out for this match.
Yeah, and something about Sanhok that we know is that Sanhok sets a very good pace for the Miramar games. You know, teams are going into that Miramar feeling all pumped up from all of that Sanhok action. So yeah, I'm keeping my eye out to see what this Miramar game is actually going to bring forward for us.
Well, I mean, we'll find out in due course exactly what the teams are going to be bringing through. But we've seen these upsets, right? Titans stepping in, claiming their winner chicken dinner just over on Sanhok. And now, are they going to be able to maintain that consistency moving forward, right? We want to see who will be those teams that is going to be able to get the job done. Blackhand, Arab Golden, Smash Team, and Team Raad are not going to be participating in this one. So the pressure is on, right? Have they done enough in their previous games to not have to worry about their positioning coming through towards this game?
Now, I don't think Blackhand has actually done enough to actually be confident going into this game. So I think if I were to be Blackhand right now, I'm going to be watching this one by sitting on the edge of my seat because they have to start to hope that some of these teams do not actually perform too well heading into this game. So that being said, they need to start putting those numbers above. Plus, this is another Miramar game for Titan Gaming, and we know Titan Gaming, they're not going to lose 2 Miramar games in a row.
Yes, I mean let's hope that is not the case because we know in the previous Miramar they finished all the way in 5th place, so the heat is on. But are they going to be able to maintain or maybe build up a bit of that momentum as we saw before? Especially looking at what we saw from them just yesterday, Titan a very comfortable team when it comes to all these Miramar actions. So it's all going to be out on the table to see whether or not Titan will be able to step it up. And of course, after this Miramar, we know that they are going to be playing that final one as well, right? They find themselves being that group within that group B, so they are going to be missing out on game number 4. So the heat is on, right? So they got 3 Miramars to play through, and a great opportunity to build up that consistency. But of course, we also need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues.
Yes, sir. Unleashing the beast is definitely something that we've decided to do out here in this PUBG Mobile Pro League that we're seeing right now. We see a couple of these teams showing us just how well they can play. And man, I tell you, monster trucks in Miramar, Monster Energy, they work out.
Oh yes, it just kind of matches up, right? But I'm curious to see what we're going to be having with regards to positioning because, as we know, as you said before, if you give a team like Titan Gaming a bit of a gap, a bit of an opportunity, a bit of room to breathe, they are able to build up a very strong and consistent flow moving forward. So curious to see what that zone is going to be bringing and how it is going to be working. But of course, no more time to wonder as we get to jump straight in.
Yes, sir. Straight into the action. No time to check time. No time to waste time. As we see all of these teams already getting prepped up, it's going to be a southern or a head. No, maybe not south. Yeah, actually, I'll call it south. But anyway, it's a play path that takes us all the way from that western side of the map, taking us straight down to the southeastern edge, the waters of Puerto Paraiso. And we do know a couple of teams would be happy about this one. I'm talking about Triple Esports. They like to land somewhere close to Puerto. And I think this will probably be a good time for them to land in Puerto without having to drive all the way there.
Oh yes, that would definitely make things just that extra little bit more comfortable, right? The team's not having to work as much as you said just then. But I mean, the heat is on, right? They need to try and find themselves in a good position. I think the main kicker is, of course, going to be where that first zone reveals itself. We have seen the previous one finishing all the way over in Los Leones. But I want to see something a little bit different. Maybe go towards Crater Fields, somewhere around about that area. I think would make for a very exciting play. And speaking about exciting, look at the power grid and the surrounding area. I mean, okay, well, never mind. I forgot. We need to use reverse psychology because that's how we get the zones we want. But there's going to be a lot of heat coming through on URUS, Vampires, and Mo Esports.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I only feel bad for Mo Esports in that whole skirmish that was happening somewhere around that power grid outskirts, right? Because they're the ones that are getting landed on by multiple teams, and it does look like Vampires able to nip their landing in the bud, get their landing sweet and sound, and they'll be able to grab one elimination for the side there of Mo Esports.
Well, that is yeah, that is an unfortunate play coming through for Mo, losing one player. But again, they are consistent, as we said before, right?
In a way.
Yes, you can't argue with consistency. I mean, regardless of what kind of consistency it is, consistency is consistency. And now it is going to be an interesting play to see who's going to be venturing all the way to that far eastern side. It does already look to be the players from LAG, which we know are no strangers to that Impala position. But actually, we see Morteza, not Morteza, Mozaro rather, from Vista. Just coming in hard on their heels. Morteza and the rest of the crew from Triple still kind of holding on to their Puerto split. But if you look at URUS, it does seem like they are committed to get themselves back in towards San Martin.
Yeah, and I don't even know if the San Martin is the plan, given that, Vampires are in the lobby, but they do just look to be driving further north. So wherever they're going to drive to, we'll be finding out later on in the day. And it's interesting to see a couple of these teams try to go towards the north, because I mean, that zone being heavily eastern would mean like going in from that north should be easy, given that that playing path was more towards that southern edge of the map. So it's pretty much interesting to see the way these teams are kind of holding up. On the south, we do see the side of CRYPTICS and Titan close to each other again, and I'm hoping we don't see those two teams clash once more.
Well, I'm not going to say no, right? I wouldn't mind a little bit of a Titan cryptic action to come through, but let's see what those rotations are going to bring. For the time being, Wave also just holding on to a little bit of an angle here, just alongside the players from Blackjack up in Los Leones. But I mean, it being Los Leones, it's not going to be all too worrying. We're not going to be seeing too much of the action going through on that front, at least not now. And I'm more curious to see what's going to happen in Impala, because we do see Fajita also then just venturing up to that point, but it's a bit of a risky play because the rest of the squad is still held up all the way down in Puerto.
I think they wanted to tear a paper out of the book there of RUKH Esports, try to go for that weird but nice split upon landing. Fajita does find himself on the top of the hill, which means he does have a little bit of the advantage onto the side of Lag Esports. Would be doing a whole lot of information gathering for the team, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how well he will be able to hold up the side of Lag Esports as they continue their looting phase unbothered for the moment in Impala.
Well, so far, so good. Mexico looking pretty excited to be running around. I can see a few of those air punches coming in as well. But we're not seeing a very urgent push for teams to get themselves situated. We know that Blue Zone is also just very casually strolling in. There's just over 3 minutes left on the clock until the Blue Zone has closed up completely. But the team's just taking a way more laid-back approach to the second Miramar you have for the day. I think once we make it into not only the second stage, but potentially that third stage, that is where we're going to be having a lot of that pressure come through, because about 55% of the zone is playable area. The rest is just water.
Yeah, and I don't want to start talking about the water just yet, because a part of me is just like hoping we get one of those unusual finishes out here in Miramar. But still, zones that head over to that eastern edge of the map does seem to be very, very hard to play, especially given the fact that I think this is probably the one time that being on the shorelines may or may not really be of help, because those shorelines out there on the east are just, they find themselves close to high ground. So if you're on the shorelines and there's a team up on the high ground, that's pretty much a GG well played for you.
Let's see how many GGs we are going to be handing out, as the opportunities are all over the place. And this is now going to be one knock. They've heard a bit of movement. Not going to be jumping at the opportunity just yet. But ideally here for Wave, I'd like to see them, if they are planning on taking on CRYPTICS, to really condense this position. Because even though we have Gaddafi and OneOk positioned right here, we still need the rest of the crew to go up against the side of CRYPTICS.
Yeah, because CRYPTICS definitely a very strong team. And I'm sure they're aware. CRYPTICS pushing into Los Leones, they know they're coming here to meet a team. So Wave Esports are the ones who have to receive these visitors with open arms. And like I said, fighting in the city earlier in the game, maybe not the best. It does look like Himo has that high ground advantage, probably aware of the pushes coming through from the side of CRYPTICS. Lazy Boy also looking for that flank, wouldn't be able to find it just yet, as he would have to fall back. And this is where I want to see if the CRYPTICS would be able to condense their splits again. We'd always see them go for these long splits out there on Miramar. They wouldn't get close to their teammates anytime soon. And it always seems to bite them in the butt. And right now, it does look like the same thing might be happening.
Yeah, it definitely does look that way. Let's see now. Maybe they have a different approach, because I'm not quite sure what Lazy Boy is looking to attempt here, because they are super isolated, and it's going to be a big struggle to successfully rejoin up with the rest of the team. I mean, but this is a great opportunity for Wave now to just ensure that they've got their eyes set on target, maybe pick up a bit of an elimination along the way. But there's no one else really hanging around in this area, so Wave, I mean, they don't really have all that much to stress about.
Yeah, them man are just chilling out there on the south, and we've pretty much seen Wave Esports play well on the south, especially given reference to that first Miramar of the day. We saw them start all the way from the south. They were able to hold up quite all right, so that's something that I'm not too concerned or bothered about their position in the circle. Right now, we see that very long 3-1 split coming through from the side of CRYPTICS. We definitely know that's not intentional. So it's a question of how is Lazy Boy going to act to approach the rest of the game. Is he going to push closer to the likes of Marshall, or is he just going to have to continue playing spoiler for any of these teams out there in the south?
Well, let's see if there is going to be any spoilers. Oh, the zone going from
Oh,
about 55% to 50% water. Well, 55% land rather, over to 50% land. So a slight bit of reduction in the playable area as the teams now look to converge all on towards that southern side. And this is where Impala is going to be an absolute hotspot. But I'm curious to see what's going to be coming through on that northern approach, as that we don't have that many teams currently holding on to those territories. But this is now that mad dash, right? That crazy, crazy play that's about to come through.
yep. The South is just waiting for the action. It's literally a ticking time right now because all of these teams would clash with each other regardless. There's so many high grounds on that South in such a way that all of these teams would start to take each other out one after the other. And some of these high grounds is where we see Lag Esports and Virtual Gaming Squad about to go at it. In the background, we have the side there of Triple Esports just around the vicinity. The World of Battle also somewhere in the vicinity. So it's a whole load of trouble from the South to the current center of the circle.
Let's see. It is I mean, center zone. that's currently not an easy position to be situated in. I mean, I think Virtual Gaming, they probably have the best possible position to play from based on where they are situated. As Lag now come venturing forward, they find a quick, easy trade on towards Mexico. So that's one down, 3 more to go. Oh, make that 2 more. As you can see, A9Q also now getting found out. Up comes the rush, the push. It is E-Flex trying to bring in an extra bit of support, but Hulk looking to smash the hopes and dreams for the side of Lag. It's a very bold move being made.
Yeah, very bold move, almost overextending if you would call it. It does put the team in a little bit of a situation right now because he's the only one down there. He either has to form up, back up, or he's just going to push up. And it does look like he will be going back to default settings, going straight to the team, trying not to ruin the game plan for the team. And that is something that I enjoy to see, being so proactive to understanding when you've made a mistake and knowing that after I've made this mistake, I really have to get things back to normal. And that is a nice play coming through from Hulk.
Yeah, it just shows the level of teamwork that they have, right? Not a bunch of solos just playing on the same squad. But here we go now, as Mo Esports get caught in a bit of an exposed spot. It is going to be Vampires looking to push in as Vortex about to get confirmed. And things are looking pretty grim here for Paradox, but Hansley also nowhere really able to lend a helping hand.
Because they've gone on one of their infamous long splits. This fight is going on currently in that blue zone as we see these teams go toe-to-toe at it. Vampire, do you have the advantage on that one? Ansley nowhere to be found as he's just going to be driving away looking for a better position in the circle. We've been saying we wanted a good play from Vampires. So seeing Vampires actually get 2 eliminations early on in the game, nice to see, but they do have a long rotation to go through.
I mean, the same game is said there for Hansley. You see Hansley also just hanging around up in those northern territories. But again, turning our focus onto that more centered zone, it is going to be the players here from Vista and Triple now trying to assert and claim a bit of the positioning here. Mozaro just listening at the cacophony of shots going on in the background. Nothing all too crazy to be worried about. But again, I mean, we had such a convergence of teams pulling in towards that southern side, but not all that much has happened yet. I mean, we're still sitting with all 16 teams alive. No one has taken the L.
And we all know that when we head into phase 4, and we still have about 15 to 16 teams left, it just means that end circle is going to be very, very crazy. And what is going to make this one even more intense is the fact that we don't even have so much land to play, right? The current land that is available in that zone is not even enough for all these 16 teams. So it's definitely going to be a whole load of carnage in the next couple of seconds.
Well, let's see where that carnage will be taking us. As Greedy, attempt a bit of a push. But Wave, they've snuck in right alongside them. This will be the play. There we go. The shots fly. And that is Greedy now having 2 of their players downed. They still have 2 more up. Will they be able to gain their footing here. Zuxi now makes a play for the vehicle, trying to get themselves out of harm's way. Rhino also going to be making a bit of a mad dash right here, but it is looking pretty grim. And Wave, I love the setup that they've got. They can now look to just gatekeep what is left of the side of Greedy.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, they try to do that. They themselves will get kept because we have Blackjack just down there in front of them, waiting for them to make their descent into that circle. They've definitely heard the shots, and we can already see the bush coming in through. Gaddafi drawing very close to Amodi. They know the information is there. They get the memo, sending 2-man to the front with the buggy. We've seen this play come through from Wavy Sports multiple times. Low toss grenade onto the side of Wavy Sports, reducing Gaddafi very low on HP. As you see, trying not to overextend onto that one. Hemo picks up the reach, tried to get a couple of knocks, but would not be able to find any. Phoenix trying to play this one carefully as the rest of Wave Esports would warm up. A nice play, making everything nice. Phoenix will go down. The trade has been initiated, and down goes Zik to follow as Blackjack Esports not quite able to hold on. Wave Esports would overshadow them with the numbers.
Now's that moment to shine for Wave. As they step in, looking to clear it out. It's only going to be Hamodi and MG left to contend, but the utility is starting to rain through again. The blue zone on the move. This is forcing the hand of Wave. They have to push forward with a not big other position, but now it is going to be a very, very risky play. As you can see, those health bars already just being tanked so much. Hamodi does fall. MG tries to get it, but Hemo eventually and essentially closes it up.
And they would survive with all 4 players still alive. I mean, I feel there is a chance that these players would make it into the circle. One knock probably might be giving Petrox a little bit of a helping hand to grab him into that circle. But talk about a perfectly executed push coming through from the side there of Wave Esports. They went for that push, realized that there was only 2 players on the front lines, and then they had all 4 of their players form up on that instant position. The instant they were able to add those 2 players there from Blackjack Esports and take them out, that pretty much won that fight for them.
Well, let's see how much more of a fight there will be as the teams up north will have quite a bit of work to do. But as you can see down south now, it's going to be the world of battle just laying up into Virtual Gaming Squad. Fighting the first. Now trying to just wrap around and see what they then in one shot can get done here. But I love this position coming through for the world of battle, at least towards the southern edge. But Wave still going to be hanging around in the wing.
Yep, and they're looking to make it into the circle. Virtual Gaming Squad just on their outskirts. And you just see RUKH gathering information, trying not to overextend while he waits for the rest of Wave Esports to make it into this position. They're falling into the trap and the shots would start to fly. One knock would not be found just yet, but Alpha Lou is separated on by the side of Wave Esports as one knock comes through from the side. Lets the grenade fly. Virtual Gaming Squad finding themselves in a barrage of grenades as Wave Esports, they've got the momentum and they're working with it. Full send will come through. RUKH, the last player left, just right there behind the table, and it's only a matter of time before he gets spotted.
Oh, there we go. Petrox now closing it up, and there we have it. A Wave sitting on a very comfortable 9 eliminations. It definitely does seem like Wave are going to be looking to take the lead on this Miramar, but will they be able to continue with this momentum? There's so many teams for them to try and deal with here.
Yep, there's so many teams looking towards that that southern side of the circle, but Wave Esports already finding themselves on 11 eliminations. There's still 37 players left in the lobby, which means this is just, they have the potential to get more elims, and it does look like the world of battle will just be next on their radar.
I mean, another team that we see also just lurking in the wing there is going to be Titans, right? They've not yet found a single elimination for this game. They've been playing it very, very quiet. I think it's definitely an interesting play. I mean, this is not the approach that we see usually come through, but it does seem to be getting up as Titans now rush straight on in. It is going to be the world of battle about to suffer the consequences. Up comes that first elimination. Securing the play, up comes the rush to the full send, and this is now Arthur trying to hold on, but Titans denying them any continuation.
And Wave Esports heard that fight, they want a piece of it. We see the full send coming in through. Petrox will be the first in line. Spots Puncher on that with hate, but will not be able to quite take him down. Runs out of bullets in one way run. Puncher will be the one to drop him down. The rest of Wave Esports looking for their way into the compound. The Smurfs to get a little bit of cover for the Titans. They have got the upper hand in this fight, and Wave Esports already losing 2.
Well, here we go now. Gaddafi cooking that nade up, already up to 11 eliminations. Now trying to find that extra little bit over on towards Titans, as they've now just decided to bounce back out of nowhere. Already 4 eliminations to their name in just a matter of moments. But they spot out a wave. It is going to be Hemo that could follow suit. About to get close up. It is going to be Gaddafi. And just trying to put a big gap between themselves and the sheer aggression coming through from the side of Titans.
You know what they say, if all things go wrong, drive into the water. And that is what Gaddafi has done. So here he's decided to borrow the Aquaman strat, as now he sent it straight into the water. And it's painful to see Wave Esports just go out in such manner, because I feel like that fight really just came down to reading the kill feed wrong, because they did not read that very right to see that Titan lost no player in that engagement. So they full sent it, and then Titans were able to capitalize on that one and send them all packing.
Well, you got to give the GG where the GG is due. So interesting strat coming through on that front. Meanwhile, we return to the north. It's going to be vampires just patiently observing the area before pushing forward. But as we can see, URUS, they are just well scattered all throughout the church compound. And now it's going to be that opportunity to see how they can hold their own, as Raouf gets spotted. Yazan coming under some heavy fire. The third party's trying to get played, but it is going to be URUS and vampires just winging it, and up they come. Vampire already losing quite a few players. Yazan trying to hold on for dear life, but stop could also now be, taken on down.
Talk about a grenade coming through from Raouf to kind of seal the deal for the side there of vampires. The third party was imminent, and it was immensely to happen. But anyway, it does look like the side there of Mo Esports. Hansley, the last player left, just watching all the rotations come through from all of these teams as he holds up on that northern edge of the circle. Speaking of the north, the CRYPTICS able to find themselves together again, and now they're looking like a family once more.
Well, let's see if this is going to be a family affair as they are prepping up their approach. But it's going to be a very tough one, because still a heavily contested northern area that we've got here. I mean, RUKH just riding the edge. They're also being part of the prediction coming in there from Shalaby. But now, Hansley trying to sneak back into the safety of zone. We've got players there from timeout also reduced to 1. So the few stragglers now starting to find their way in and across the zone. With Wave, I mean, we saw that mad crash going down into the drink. But we've not really seen them be able to kind of regain their footing and make another push for the zone. I mean, they're not really even on the map. Maybe coming in on that southern edge? No, there we go. Just coming through that little purple dot that we've got behind P6.
Yeah, and you can already tell that Titans now, I feel like this is something that you could just see when it's a Titan game. Because right now, Titan have been able to successfully clear all the south. And now they know, like, entering into that circle, they have so much space. Currently holding a 2-1-1 split, you could already tell that this game, mate, I could just, because it's, look at the space, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it would like there's a lot of space coming through, and there we go. That is Wave also now meeting their end as the final knock comes in. But yeah, we still have a few left to go. And I mean, it's a tough run. 7 teams alive. Timeout sitting down to 1, as we can see. A leader just holding on to that territory. URUS still going to be holding on to their compound. CRYPTICS now starting to mobilize themselves. We could see a potential western entry coming through from them. But VISTA, I mean, their position, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen from there. They do have a compound they seem to be occupying, but they are definitely going to get tested.
Yeah, and we've really seen VISTA get themselves in good positions all through the games today, but they've not quite been able to put in that elimination factor just yet. So right now they're sitting quite beautifully in the circle. I mean, there's a couple of high ground surrounding them, but they have Mozaro off on the flank on the high ground trying to hold down the fort for them. Hopefully it doesn't get pushed first, because the instance Mozaro goes down, they lose kind of like their security in that building.
Well, let's see whether or not they'll be able to maybe pick up a little bit of consistency. Maybe find a better way to play it out. Meanwhile, it's RUKH, Triple, just looking at each other, not really acting just yet. Triple are moving this way and that, trying to find that next approach to take in towards the zone. But it does seem like RUKH are going to be focusing the efforts a little bit more on towards that northern side. But now Titans, they just come lurking in once again. I mean, sneaking up behind the players there from the side of Triple.
I mean, that's what you do when you know like your entire back is covered. And that's why the Titans are looking so confident in this game. 5 eliminations already up to their name, and they're looking to just push up closer and closer to all the teams in the lobby. But it does look like Triple Esports Fahita will lose the patience. Take some shots towards Bronzebeck, but the return fire from Bronzebeck is just better as he's able to get the knockdown up onto Fahita. The full send will come through. Grenade will take him down. Morteza buying himself a little bit of time as the rest of Triple Esports look to grab themselves a revive back up.
I mean, Morteza now having a very, very tough task at hand, looking to see if they can find that little bit of a bounce back. But I like what RUKH is also doing here, already finding themselves on those 5 eliminations. I mean, Triple only able to secure 3 as they also now get wrapped on up. That is the end of the road. But URUS looking pretty eager here. I mean, they want to try and contest RUKH for control of this side of the zone.
And rightfully so. RUKH is not up as a full squad. URUS still have numbers advantage that they bring into this engagement. They just have to push that fight as carefully as possible because they are open to so much third party.
Let's see. Will we have more than what is pushing in as first reaches in with a little bit of that mini action, spots Ramsey, but this is just a very ranged attempt. Meanwhile, CRYPTICS can be creeping in behind the side there of VISTA. Busher not having the clearest attempt, the clearest play, and of course, well, there's the answer. As Rauf just yeets that nade over and just stops RUKH rather right there in their tracks.
Yep. And RUKH Esports not quite having the best of games out here in this Miramar game. But I know they are capable of bouncing back. Vista Gaming, dude, they're under a little bit of fire from the side there of Titan Gaming. Sexy grenades from the side of P6 and Teak would be sending 2 players down for the side of Vista to get the memo. And the full set will be coming in quite soon. Mozaro still off in the distance as Titan Gaming now looks to go for this full send onto the side there of Vista. And you can just see the patience coming through from them because they're like, you know what? We want to see who wants to try to grab that revive and see if that person isn't going to go down.
Well, let's see. Maybe that could be the case as P6 now just rushes on forward, looking to find a little bit of the action. It's going to be Vista now trying to make a break for it. Kakao instead, rather, just sneaking over that ridge line, just regrouping back with Mozaro. And this is now an opportunity for Titans and CRYPTICS to just apply so much pressure on the zone.
I feel like every other person here is playing PUBG Mobile. Titan Gaming out here is playing Search and Destroy because they're looking for every team right now and they're just taking them out one after the other. URUS have a very nice place going through on that eastern edge, and I really look forward to seeing them capitalize on that one. Currently seated with about 6 eliminations, and they do have the momentum going on. But CRYPTICS, though, they've been on that northern side for the longest, and they've not quite gotten any elim. It's almost like, what have you been doing to all the third-party action?
Yeah, I don't really have an answer to that question, as it's very odd to see CRYPTICS make it to this point and not have a single elim. Now even it's going to be Lazy Boy to get it spotted as the shot comes through. Just pinpoint plays coming through there from Ramsey. But it will Senke and Marshall be able to at least maybe lock in a bit of a knock here, because, I mean, come on, we want to see some elims now for CRYPTICS.
Yeah, because this is unlike the CRYPTICS, right? They're not a team that would shy away from eliminations. And right now, them already being on the lower side, trying to grab a revive up, not putting them actually on that good foot as full time to come through. Timeouts would get the elim, but Ramsey would be there to get the trade on. But CRYPTICS, though, they still need to grab a revive one more time, and things are not looking juicy for them out there on the north.
Well, let's see where this is going to go, as we do have Kakao now also getting found by Bush's nade. This is the opportunity as Spancher now moves up, and this is that opportunity for Titans to just continue with the rampage that they've already been on. I mean, still holding on to the full squad. 9 eliminations to their name, and they are proving to be an absolute force in this Miramar as they move up bit by bit. Taking aim on towards Vista, and this could be Mozaro just trying to pull up that res, but Titans could make it very short-lived.
Well, Search and Destroy would continue. Vista Gaming is next in line. We see the push coming through. Titans will lose one on the side, but Tick would be able to get that intro knock up onto Kakao. Mozaro, the last player, is in the floor. It's only a matter of time before that pixel out of place is spotted, but the third party really imminent from the side of URUS. Mozaro will take some shots towards Tick. Wouldn't quite get him down yet, as Titans now would look to capitalize on that information that they have now.
Well, let's see where they're going to go. Are they going to be able to find all the necessary info they need? I mean, Puncher is so close to ending it right there for Vista. CRYPTICS still hanging in the wing, but here we go. Oh, they get it done. As Teak gets a squeaky clean play. Well done, well played. And this could be now Titans just looking to steal the show. 11 eliminations to their name. We still see URUS and CRYPTICS just hanging around over towards that northern side.
I mean, Titan is out here looking like they want to break their own record. CRYPTICS will come in from that northern side up to URUS, but they will lose one. Make that 2 as they will be reduced to just 1 more player. But URUS, though, looking to increase that elimination count to 10. CRYPTICS down to 1 in Sanhok. Idea of Titan gaming now. The search and destroy will be turning on to who next? It's going to be URUS.
Oh, Faro, come on, trying to get it, but unfortunately they can't manage it as Cheek just outbullets them, and now it is going to be Ramsey on the opposite end, playing a little bit of hide and seek with the RUKH in the way. Rauf also just holding on the edges, and there's so much pressure coming through between our 3 remaining teams. But I mean, Rauf on the edge, Senke out in the blue zone. We can see CRYPTICS now getting backed up, taking that 3rd place finish.
Once again in stage 9. Sanhok would be that spoiler for this fight that is about to go on between the side of Titans and URUS. Titans do have that high ground advantage as we see them holding up. Actually, Titans do have that numbers advantage as we see them holding up as a 3-man squad. For the side of URUS, though, they do not even have the high ground advantage, URUS, which means Titan gaming looking pretty good.
Well, let's see, this is the push, right? The blue zone is going to be forcing their hand, making them just advance further forward, not having any other option other than to get aggressive. But now, who will be the one to get it? As I mean, there's still 6 players left. It could swing in either which direction. Some phenomenal sprays coming through from Ramsey and Rauf. But it is going to be a pretty tall order as there's still 3 players left from the side of Titans.
Isolation play is what the Titans are looking to bring through as we see the smoke plays coming through. The offensive smokes onto the side there of URUS, trying to blind their line of sight while they start this push. As we see Teak, they're just waiting for that blue zone. The smokes are being deployed because they know there is no longer any piece of cover in the circle. Teak would force the shots out there from Ramsey, but will be good on the return. URUS trying to hold it on, but Rauf would fall. Senke being the last player left has to push up onto this fight. He knows what is happening, but he does get spotted by Steve's P-Sticks. And that will be Titans getting the winner chicken dinner. 15 elims to go alongside it. Talk about a play.
I mean, that was a pretty crazy play, but a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner coming through from Titans. I gotta say, I am pretty surprised that Senke managed to survive that long. I mean, Senke was out in the blue, just snuck their way back in towards the zone, still managing to patch up that health bar and at the same time securing a 2nd place finish.
I mean, I think that's the advantage that you get when the play zone begins to close. You just take an advantage of that chaos that comes with it. You know, the side of URUS and Titan Gaming were going toe-to-toe at it, and we just saw Senke slowly creeping and trying to get behind them. But unfortunately, when you have P6 watching every single direction, it becomes very hard for you to make it into the circle.
I mean, I think it was maybe a little bit more than very hard, right? It was one heck of a challenge, especially looking at the Titans. Once they got that momentum yet again, right? You were talking about if you give them a little bit of room, give them a little bit of space, they just step up and capitalize. You could almost put it into perspective saying, like, you give them the pinky and they take the arm, right? Because that's the kind of play that Titans come through when they step out on towards Miramar.
I told you, every other person was playing a classic game of Miramar. But Titans out here were playing search and destroy. Find any team that they can see, take them out as soon as possible. And they were executing it so nicely. Even when they were about to get third-partied by Wave Esports, they turned the tides onto Wave Esports saying, oh, you want a third-party me? Nah, we are ready for you. And you could just see them increasing that elimination count. Unfortunately, not able to beat their own record. But 15 elims and a chicken dinner, that is pretty much good numbers to put up on the board.
Yeah, that is definitely a good number. I mean, the highest that we've seen so far was just yesterday with the players there from Triple securing themselves those 18 eliminations, which is a pretty scary figure to look at. Now, accompany that with a winner and a chicken dinner. I mean, that's a very easy 28 points coming through. We've not yet seen a 30 bomb being dropped. I'm waiting to see that one. But of course, let's take a look at the highlights from this past match. I mean, some pretty sweaty action coming through in the desert, and that is exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see these teams step out there, get sweaty, get uncomfortable, and just bring in some phenomenal gameplay. But it is also that time where we need to take a look at the scores and see how many points our respective teams were able to secure off the back of such a glorious Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, a Miramar finish that we don't really see one too often. We don't really see that zone go all the way to that eastern side, especially on the shorelines. But seeing how well these teams were able to handle it, you could just tell that they know their way around these maps. URUS Esports able to get himself 10 elims, 15 points in the bag. I cannot complain.
Yeah, I mean, 15 elims, that is pretty glorious. Also sitting on 15, but that is not eliminations. That is their total points. Still hitting those double-digit elims alongside the players there from Wave doing so much work. But you got to appreciate the effort that these teams are going through, all the extent of this labor, right? It is so challenging. And of course, RUKH also doing a really phenomenal job picking up those 6 eliminations, putting them on a very comfortable 8 points as well.
Yeah, and CRYPTICS surviving just based off of placements only, as they were not able to get any elimination. More Esports did go out early, but they were able to get themselves 3 eliminations, putting 3 points up on board. And I feel like I'm pretty much seeing this 3 points per game average coming through from More Esports. And given that they're not going to be played, the next game is actually their last game, I think More Esports really need to step up to the challenge. Vampire is able to put a little bit of points up on board this time, but man, Blackjack Esports not quite doing the best points wise.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of just the way it is, right? Lag and Greedy also not having the best run over on towards Miramar, but as we know, there will still be a bit of an opportunity for the teams to make up for that deficit in points. And of course, the next game up is going to be over on Erangel, so excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing through as we venture in, and that of course means we're going to be taking a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. We're back all the way from Mars as we've been on a little bit of a trip. But, well, Eastern Morris to be exact. But here we go. We're getting ready to see what our teams are going to be bringing through as we are now prepping up for a bit of that Erangel action. I mean, we've so far only had Miramar and Sanhok. So we're going to see what the teams are going to be bringing into the bread and butter of PUBG. And I mean, this is where things are going to be quite exciting because this is the final game for our groups, or the teams rather, in Group A, right? They close up the action right here on match number 4. So I want to see what they're going to be bringing into this last game.
And in case you do not know, we have the players there from Esports, LAG, URUS, and more Esports in Group A, which means Esports, this is their last game. And I'm pointing that out because we've not actually seen that pop-off game from Esports going into today's games. We saw Esports pop off last week. We saw them pop up yesterday, to say the least. And today, it just seems like the Esports is kind of asleep. So I really want to see Esports that have woken up going into this, their final game of today.
Well, I mean, I want to see a little bit of that Eastern action. Not gonna lie, it would be great to see the Eastern the players there from Triple just step up like they did just yesterday. I mean, we see some pretty insane performances. But speaking about that, of course, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But now, Grounds, it is about that time, right? We're getting ready to venture over into Erangel. What do you want to see from the first initial zone?
The first zone that I would like to see going into this one, I can't get enough of a Gatka zone. So yes, Gatka zone is what I want to see. I want to see something that goes all the way to the west. I know you want that eastern part, but if the zone is going to go over to the east, maybe a Lipovka finish wouldn't be too bad too.
Well, I mean, Lipovka, yeah, that could be interesting. I mean, the probability of having a Lipovka zone and the area, it's tough. It's tough. It's definitely not something that we've seen all that much of. But if it goes Gatka chopsticks, I mean, I'm on board, right? You got to fill that tummy up with a little bit of action. So let's see what the teams will bring.
Yep. Want to see what they bring to the table. The playing path does look to be taking us all the way from Primorsk all the way to the outskirts of Severny. And something I enjoy to see is the fact that the teams that we saw land in Primorsk where Esports were all playing yesterday are nowhere near Primorsk because they know that Primorsk is not a place to just land around and play when you have the likes of Esports still in the lobby. So yeah, it's nice to see. More Esports, I've been talking to them about, or I've been emphasizing so much on stream as to how they can actually go for a better landing out there in Gatka, and it does look like they're putting that into consideration a little bit. They'll be having a little bit of friends with them, as I see a couple of Wave Esports in their midst, but hopefully this time they're able to hold on to that split, at least get proper loot and find themselves in a good position to take the fight.
Yeah, I mean, so if we're currently looking at what we've got with the zone, I think it might be safe to assume that we're not necessarily going to be having a Gatka finish, right? We will definitely have a lot of action coming through in Severny with the players there from RUKH and Virtual Gaming Squad, but I think the zone could potentially be either pulling towards the river just south there of shooting range, or maybe over towards the eastern side, a little bit closer to Yasnaya Poliana.
And I like this challenging zone, as it is one of those zones where you have to pick between two sides, so it's looking like that's what we might get. But more Esports already finding themselves in trouble. The split is so long that it's going to be a while before the players do form up. But it does look like there is a little bit of support coming through for the side there of oh, actually there isn't. I was just saying, like, it's so wide that we don't actually see support coming through for Hansley.
I mean, Vortex, yeah, just about to arrive in the nick of time, but it could be short-lived as we do have Petrox now armed and ready to roll. A little bit of a surprise. I mean, even if one knock now moves in from that opposite end, that could be a very unfortunate sandwich for the players here from Mo. Oh, but look at Petrox, resulting to the pistol to close off the fight, and now it's going to be a pistol versus a mini M16.
I really wanted to see this pistol take the second fight against Hansley. It's going to be something else. And indeed, it does look like that's what he's planning to do. Trying to bait out the push from Hansley with the pistol. And I tell you, hope the community is watching because this is a highlight moment right here.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There we go. Oh, that is going to be now a wave. Not stopping just yet. They want even more. The jump shots come through and down they go. I mean, DBS M249? What kind of a combo is this from One Knock?
That is a monstrous combo coming through from one knock, having two weapons that are absolutely deadly. One has got so much bullets in the mag, and the other one is just a disaster up close. So it's actually a very good loadout going through from him. I would actually like to see him hold that loadout to the end of the game.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, with the M249, I would definitely not recommend long range sprays because it is quite challenging. I mean, unless, of course, you're shooting at everything, then it makes sense.
Mm.
But it's difficult for precision. It works, I think, up until like just in front of the barrel, and that's where you swap over to the don't be silly because
Mhm.
I mean it just clears up the rest.
Yeah, I think it's just a situation. You see this thing, Chad. We can actually do this analysis up front. It's all nice to do when we talk about it, but actually executing it is where the problem comes.
Mm. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, I would falter with both of those weapons in my loadout, and again, there's a reason why I'm not out on the field. But I want to see what is going to come through up in Savoni. I mean, I low-key want Virtual Gaming Squad to go in and challenge RUKH a little bit, but I think realistically they are going to be looking to disengage and maybe look to get themselves situated a little bit closer to that more centered zone.
Mm-hmm. We do see the likes there of the Mind Weapon already chilling out there in the center. The World of Battle out there making their exit. We do already see that 2-2 splits coming through from the World of Battle. And this is what I was saying about that zone being one of those zones that kind of forces you to go for that. To pick a side. We do have that northern side, that northern half, and we also have that southern half. So all of these teams would have to pick a side and hope that that side you pick is where that zone decides to commit to.
Let's see how much commitment we'll be having here and if there will be any commitment issues. But for the time being, it's going to be Rad sitting very comfortably up in towards Pachinki. I mean, a great position to be holding, especially seeing that they are completely uncontested, right? No one to challenge for this location. But I think had this been center zone, it would have been a different situation. Similar to like what we
Mm-hmm.
see currently up in towards that Rozok and school area. I think we are going to be having quite a bit of a convergence heading in that direction once the teams start moving in and really focusing their efforts on those rotations.
And I think that's why the World of Battle has two players on the shore, or sorry, in Rozok, and two players on the other side, because Rozok is probably going to be that place where a lot of these teams would be looking as that converging point where people wants to get close to in case the zone wants to act anyhow. They know how they can move easily into that circle. So I'm looking forward to seeing them actually do that one. Wavy Sports still looking to complete their looting phase, and I don't even want to start talking about more esports anymore. I'm just like, more esports. You need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Maybe Paradox and Skydo can still bring in a little bit of a surprise. I mean, Paradox is sneaking up on Petrox, so who knows, right? There could be something to come in around the corner, but of course, a slow, steady approach. And that is maybe sometimes what you need to do. I want to see where Skydo is, though. Okay, there we go. Skydo way off in the distance. Thanks, Petrox, for that one. But again, Mo Esports finding themselves in position, and they are still playing split. I mean, there's still such a gap between the two players.
Yeah, it's almost like they're a team, but they're not a team, right? Or they're a team, but they're not playing as a team. It's almost like they're all playing solo v squad right now, because and that just makes things easy for some of these players. Like, and now him already taking introductory. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
In case you guys are wondering, this is just pretty much a moment of silence for Mo Sports, because we are baffled as to what is going on here, and I really hope they go back to the drawing board, try to get themselves back on track. Because right now, Petrox could decide to carry this man, lift this man, do whatever he wants, and with the new placement point system, you can't even bank on Skydo, because there's only so much or so long you can survive for as a solo going into the rest of the game. And even if you survive so long, if you do not have that much placement, or sorry, that much elimination points, it's pretty much not as useful.
Especially with Triple Esports now swinging in behind them as well, right? It's just going to add
Mm-hmm.
to that pressure. But fortunately for Skydo, they have a bit of an opportunity to venture up north, but it's going to be a very contested southern edge. As we can see, essentially the entire lobby, aside from RUKH, now just moving through. But where are RUKH going? I mean, they're going away from the zone instead of just staying in Saverny.
I don't know. Someone needs to talk to Rookie Esports. I think they misunderstood the rules of the game. But anyway, Wave Esports find themselves in trouble as Triple Esports do come crashing. Three players would go down, but Petrox is on the outside to play a little bit of support fire for the team. But not for long, as Thor would find him and set him to sleep. Wave Esports would go out.
Well, a big mad respect coming through here. Titans, Triple rather, bringing in a little bit of a flex. I mean, Wave, they've been on a pretty good approach for the majority of the day. I mean, they've been doing quite a bit of work here, but Triple just coming in, reminding them that they are also still a very capable team, even though they've not yet been popping off today like we saw in the previous days. But that could maybe be a bit of a strategy that they are playing towards, right? Not trying to get the other teams too accustomed to a full-on triple send every single day. Now, speaking about another team that we are looking to see that extra increase in performance, of course, it is going to be Black Hand. I mean, day one, not looking the best for them. Day two, yeah, it's kind of it's there. I mean, they're adding points, but again, not the craziest amount of points.
I mean, we were trying to look at the pattern at which they played last week and try to match it with the pattern at which they're playing this week. You know, we saw them last week. They played not too well on the first day. Second day, they came off popping off. But this week, it does look like they're not following that pattern. And, you know, I can't, at this point, we can't even confidently say that, you know what, maybe day three is when they're going to come, you know, back strong. But given that we get these teams get that 1 day break tomorrow, there is actually a possibility that heading into the next couple of games for day three, we might see the side of Black Hand begin to show us what we know.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a possibility, but we'll only know once we find out exactly what they have in store for us. In the meanwhile, it is going to be a little bit of cat and mouse game coming through on towards the eastern side. We've got the Mind Weapon also not pulling through, and we've got URUS on the approach. So many teams also now starting to kind of converge onto this eastern side.
Yep, and we're going to start seeing people make it in from that Yasnaya area, given that, you know, you don't need to cross a bridge, you just have to drive across the open fields. It does look like the person we contacted to talk to RUKH Esports was able to reach them. They're able to now play in the playable area. We see them chilling out there on the north as we anticipate the next zone shift. DK, it's one of those zones.
Yes. The classic bait and switch. Right, have everybody rotate up north, and once they all get there, move down south. And now they all have to kind of retrace their footsteps, get themselves back and into that zone. And this is kind of where I was hoping to see the zone move towards, right onto this waterway. And this is where things are going to get quite challenging because already they're starting to run out of space. But do we have Aquaman in the mix? That is going to be a question. Obviously, as we can see, Aquaman's not here, so anyone else could step up looking to take the title.
I mean, I was just about to say, like, if there's one player who's going to be pained that is not playing this lobby, it's going to be none other but Aquaman MG. But anyway, we do already start to see some rotations coming through from these teams. And I think this is one of those zones where you want to play on the edge. Because if you try to go towards the center, there is literally no cover out there in the center. I feel like we're going to see teams that are playing out on the edge start to pop off and put in a lot of eliminations.
Well, that could definitely be the case here. And of course, it is going to be a mad race to try and secure all these essential positions. We see Arab Golden, Black Hand, and URUS now all just rotating out of zone to get themselves back in towards the zone. Triple, they're going to come rolling through up in towards Ruins. And that could be a very scary play. But here we go as RUKH is down. It's now going to be down to the rest of URUS to see whether or not they can meet Black Hand head on.
Yep, and it does look like Black Hand will be taking this fight, but they will lose one player in RUKH early on in the game. The rest of the players kind of holding a flank right now as Plaza has to hold up in a 1v2. Farouk swinging in from the side, just spot the player, but the nade to the face will take him down as Plaza able to hold his own to get one. Comes pushing up, he's got the DBS in hand, putting it to work, and he would get the knock.
Oh, there we go. The knock is in, the DBS just ringing through. Let's see what Storm is going to be able to get accomplished here. A very risky play as they now quickly look to sneak back out in towards that Rozok position, leaving the players here from Golden and URUS now to settle their differences, and that is Wise getting confirmed through a very easy play now coming in here for Wanted.
Status update, latest Aquaman is going to be Storm. You do see him in the water. We're looking forward to seeing how long he's going to survive.
Well, there we go. A new Aquaman has stepped up to claim the title. Will they be able to maintain the expectation? We saw MG establishing the requirements to get that Aquaman title secured, right? So there's going to be a little bit of heat, a little bit of pressure. No stress storm. But in the meanwhile, as URUS now look to make their play for the zone, the blue is going to be eating away at their health bars. But RUKH now getting ready to get the jump here on the mind weapon.
Yep, rotational clusters, things we love to see. Is that a car chase? Not quite determined yet, but he's going to drop the bomb. Pusher is going to be the first one in line as he's going to drop Max. Pusher now has to hit the deck. Oh, wait a minute, what is going on?
Well, this is the mind weapon. Now keeping their mind on the prize as they step up, and RUKH coming through with a bit of retaliation. The shot continues to fly this way, and that two players down, and there we go. It is RUKH Esports now getting absolutely obliterated.
Mind games, I don't know what you'd call it, but that was a nice execution and nice defense coming through from the side there of the mind weapon. But Lag Esports now have to show a nice offense as they're facing up against the side there from Raad. Two players down for the side there of Lag, make that three. Molotov to send the burn, and that is the wipe coming through from Raad as they're able to survive with 3 players.
I mean, they were definitely not lagging in that approach, so what a play it was. But here we go. Still a bit of an area for them now to try and close on through. I mean, the world of battle now looking for that setup in smacked up center zone. Raad now just licking their wounds, trying to get themselves all patched back up, but it is going to be the mind weapon and GREEDYFORKILLS now going at it as well.
Yeah, we see everyone trying to gather as much elimination, and this is what I was talking about, that all these players would be looking to grab as many eliminations before they start sending it straight into the circle, given that that circle does not have too much cover to play with, as we do see the side here of Greedy trying to hold on to their end, but the flank angle there from Zar would be able to drop Rhino, and things not quite looking too well. That's what you call a drop and run coming through from Rhino there.
But where will they go now? It is still a very, very challenging play. We can see CRYPTICS also trying to get a little bit of work done as they turn their attention onto the players there from the virtual gaming squad. But Max making a little bit of noise, trying to see if they can distract the players coming through from Greedy. But here we go. Virtual gaming squad down to a 2-piece as we have only Alphalugi and Hulk just looking to hold on. I mean, CRYPTICS, I think they're just on the edge, just waiting for that opportune moment to strike.
Yep, playing it from the edge, looking for the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad. They are playing this one to the paper, and I'm enjoying to see. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing there from the side here of CRYPTICS as I wait to see how they're going to go for this play. They do come for the full send as Marshall would be the first in line. Molotov up the stairs to kind of delay the range of motion coming through from the side here of Virtual Gaming Squad.
Let's see if they'll be able to accomplish their goal.
Oh!
Hulk instead finds the hit on towards El Chapo. A nice bit of a reach across, and now this is a slow disassembly of CRYPTICS coming through. But will we see that bounce back? I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad not going to be taking the knee just yet. They will keep up the pressure, looking to see if they can maybe regain a bit of control here.
Yeah, looking for that control, but Hulk would fall. Push has to go upstairs, but the Molotovs will prevent that one as the rest of the CRYPTICS now form up on the compound. Alphalugi finds himself in a 1-2-4. Grenade in the hands, get caught as he's going to be able to get down one player. Make that 2 as the AKM is just too strong. The side here of CRYPTICS falling and crumbling as Alphalugi looking to get that HP back up in order to continue this rampage onto the side here of CRYPTICS.
I mean, we said before that the AK is absolutely devastating at close range. But again, Alphalugi just showcasing that yet again. And unfortunately for Alphalugi, things are looking pretty grim. They don't have high meds.
Oh!
Yep, there we go. Senke with the easy slam dunk, just closing that one off.
I'm surprised. I was about to say like, oh, that's actually a nice play coming through from Alpha Luigi, given that he's able to go to the top of the roof, the least place they would expect him to be. But in a game where you have to use your headphones and listen to the footsteps, you can pretty much tell the motion that is being done by your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, that does bring in quite a bit of focus. And speaking about focus, Greedy, they just step up, cleaning out their side of the zone. Now they can turn their focus further down the RUKH. They're just going to be taking it super chill, right? They've already had very, very sweaty play being brought to them. But now they're just going to be sitting back, just trying to regather themselves, come up with the next strategy. And, of course, being at the opportunity to drive a few heads up in towards Smash Team.
Yeah, Smash Team currently looking to play edge play like they would, but right now it does look like they might find themselves in a little bit of trouble because they actually have to swim in the water in order to cross, and all that shoreline is just open fields. This idea of timeout also find themselves in the shorelines, a couple of rocks that they can play with, but nonetheless they're still out there in the open. And you can just see teams like CRYPTICS, this idea of Triple Esports, all just stayed on the outskirts trying to see if they can sweep the edges of the zone before they start to make it in.
Well, pressure's on. The heat is there. Greedy already sitting up on 6. If we look at the players here from CRYPTICS, they've been able to find a little bit of better footing already now. Getting themselves secured over on 5 eliminations, but up comes the rush. Of course, El Chapo this way and that, trying to duck it in and out. Oh, but down goes El Chapo. Nossa trying to rush in, but also getting picked up as the shots continue to fly on through. And it's now down to Rhino, but that nade could close it up here for Greedy. As Lazy's trying to hold it up, but the blue zone and the third-party sprays are just too much to manage.
Yeah, Triple Esports now know exactly what is going on here. They want to pick up the scrappy pieces, see them stealing the elims. Reno does get tagged up very low and would eventually get spotted by Kimo as Triple Esports now looking to have this game in the bag. They're having the pop-off game that we've been wanting. But man, they only reduced 2 players.
It's going to be a pretty tough call for them at that. Because now the shots will come in. Here we go. It's going to be the World of Battle trying to see what they can manage up towards this western side with Triple Esports reduced down to 1. It's going to be Old Boy just sneaking in the grass, trying to ride out the bridges to get themselves back into a secure position. But the blue zone is not going to be friendly. It is going to start moving up yet again. And the zone also about to shift. Where will it go? As it is going to be applying all that extra pressure in. But I love the proactiveness coming through now from the World of Battle.
Yeah, deciding to go for that spread to capitalize on the circle is nice to see. But when Old Boy is in the lobby, you do not want to be wandering all alone. Able to get that knock up onto Mohammed. But I think this is most likely going to be the end of the run for this man, because I'm sure the World of Battle would not allow him move an inch closer into that circle.
Well, that could be the end of Triple that we are just looking at right here. Old Boy, no stranger to difficult positions. So there could be another game to be had. But look at that, the 2-2 split from the World of Battle. I mean, that could be exactly what they need to find the spray towards Old Boy. Meanwhile, Arab Golden yet to move in, and RUKH also focused on entering that zone.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that hesitation coming through from the side of Arab Golden because they know that there isn't too much playable area in the circle. The World of Battle have pretty much the only real estate in the zone, so they kind of have that cover advantage. And you can just see Mohammed driving all the way to the side, trying to see if he can go for a little bit of a sweep, gather as much information as possible. And this is a good play I see from the World of Battle because they understand that currently they need elims, right? And there isn't too many people in that zone. So they're trying to drive around, try to see where there's players, and try to see if they can go for some of those eliminations to kind of boost themselves up elimination-wise.
Well, it is a great strat coming through, definitely here for the World of Battle. As we know, stepping into this match, the World of Battle, they were sitting all the way in that 7th place with 45 points to their name. So adding their first winner chicken dinner for this phase to their name could definitely be something that is worthwhile. But is it going to be on the cards? Will they be able to accomplish that goal? Now, our Golden also looking to make a bit of a push here. Starting off this game all the way in, 12th place with only 27 points. So you want to see RUKH also playing it a little bit more cautiously, not really giving up those eliminations unnecessarily.
Yeah, there is literally nowhere in the zone to play. Everyone is hogging the edge. Hazem would get spotted. I decided there of Arab Golden, but that push either has to come through, or if that revive comes by, the side there of the world of battle would just continue to look just as strong.
Well, here we go. All of Battle having a phenomenal opportunity here. As you said, they've got control of the compounds. They got a nice little bit of cherry on top coming through, as well as that loot crate is going to be dropping in alongside them. But will they be able to find Ra'ad and Arab Golden before they themselves get spotted?
And that's the question in mind. If I were to be the side of Arab Golden, I am going to be playing the edge. They do seem to have gotten the information about the position there of Ra'ad and their players. It's a question of what are they going to do about it. If they're able to play in from that eastern edge, make it all the way to the south, they might just be able to put a whole lot of work onto the side there, and a whole lot of pressure actually onto the side there of Ra'ad.
Let's see now. Wanted just trying to suppress that play. The Blues are ready to move yet again. A few seconds remaining on the clock. Oh, but Wanted now getting hit. You can see Grant just laser focusing up with that Scar L. But now Rugal having to just rejoin, get that position back in towards the zone, as there's not been an aggressive shift. But they're still looking absolutely phenomenal now for the World of Battle.
Yeah, the World of Battle getting that zone blessing once again, and you can just tell that right now they are chilling. They pretty much have this game in the bag. They have the only cover in the game, and I think Arab Golden major priority right now is just to get as much kills as we can from the side of Ra'ad. One knock would come through, and Broly and the rest of the squad. I do not know if they want to capitalize on that one, but I hope they do.
I mean, it's interesting to see the fight between Arab Golden and Ra'ad. Right, both teams sitting with pretty even points on that board. Both teams also then sitting on 5 eliminations either side. But they're trying to leverage their positioning towards the World of Battle. And as we did see, that zone shift is going to make it just that extra bit more challenging for Ra'ad to get into play. But they are going to be making the most of it as they push in. And that is the World of Battle now, just getting another handful of elims.
And now they know exactly who's left in the lobby. They know where they are, they know where to shoot at, and you can already see them taking the shots. All course are facing that direction. As Arab Golden, it does look like they might want to go for that send it play. I'm not gonna lie, if they do it, I would really appreciate it. There's a couple of deeps that they can play and a couple of ridge lines that they can play just before they get towards the side here of the World of Battle, but not when Arthur is taking the shots. We have said it, this is Arthur. He doesn't play with knives, nor does he play with swords, but he is good at throwing the bullets.
Oh, yes. A whole handful of bullets has been thrown over towards Arab Golden. But now they got to play it very carefully because, I mean, the World of Battle starting to move on. Look at Kron just quickly, just doubling down on that level 3 gear. Now Broly, getting hit with such an aggressive play as Arthur is so relentless in the attempts here.
Yep, he's making sure he's flexing that 3x recoil. Broly picks up the reach, does get taken down by Arthur, and you can tell that the bait and shoot strategy is working right now. Rugal will be the last player left. The smoke would give away his position as Mohammed starts to prep the nade, looking for that last player, and they do want to end this one in style. Rugal's got his own nade going up to the top. The green nade will land, not quite finding the damage. Krona up to the blue zone. Rugal loses a whole lot of HP, and the DBS from up top would seal that chicken dinner for the side there of the World of Battle.
I mean, what a great play that was. The World of Battle really working so hard to secure themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner, doing so with 9 eliminations to their name. So a very valiant effort being brought through by them.
This is my World of Battle Chicken Dinner smile. We've been waiting for this one. We saw them play such good games yesterday, and then heading into today, we wanted to see them play well. They've had a slow start, but getting this Chicken Dinner in this game definitely will be putting their momentum back up, boosting their spirits up once again.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of play that you need to, as you said, right, just boost that momentum back up. So I want to see how that is going to translate moving into the last bit of action that we have coming through for today. For the final game, it is going to be Miramar, but, I mean, Erangel, again, just proving its worth, showing us what it can bring for these teams. So there's going to be that final opportunity for this extra bit of momentum to just get pushed on forward. And as you said, right, the World of Battle doing some phenomenal job yesterday, and it was great to see that chicken dinner now being secured as well.
Yeah, and I feel like every other person in this game pretty much went out with eliminations that were just because of the 4v4 fights that they had to take sometime in the circle. It was fun to see the players play this way, because the only play that was available for this zone was to drive around in the zone and try to get as much eliminations as possible. And that is what we started to see all these players do. They were just driving around trying to take as many fights as possible. There was no even chance for third party. It was just 4v4 fights all across the board.
But that resulted in some pretty beautiful and glorious performances. And I mean, it is just action, action, actions. These teams do not disappoint. They step up, and we've got continuous stars looking to just rise to the occasion, trying to secure themselves with as many points as they can. I mean, we saw a pretty bumpy road coming through for the players there from CRYPTICS, who got taken out relatively early on. I mean, even though it seemed like they were putting up quite a bit of a force, things turned out tough. But let's take a look at the highlights. Oh, some pretty spicy performances, as we've already mentioned, over on towards Erangel. But that also then means that we are going to be taking a look at those match points to see how many points our respective teams were able to secure and what the situation is looking like.
9 eliminations and 10 placement points coming through from the side there of World of Battle secures them up top with 19 total points to go. And the point spread going into this game is something that is really expected, because like I said, it was a zone where you just had to start going for the elims, and you could just see the amount of elims balancing themselves out on this first page.
Yeah, a really good balance. I mean, Greedy coming through with 8, staying true to their name, just one behind World of Battle, who got 9. We got CRYPTICS on 7, Triple Esports with 6. I mean, it's pretty high figures being brought through in a very even spread across the board. But again, only 3 teams hitting those double digits. But as we move over to our last page, it was a pretty tough play. I mean, the Mind Weapon keeping the consistency there, securing themselves at least still a 5-point finish.
Yeah, it's a good one for the mind weapon, but I mean, given the fact that as of this time yesterday, they were already bagging chicken dinners. I would really want to see them actually do so well. More esports, TEAMLAG, and RUKH esports going home to the donut shop is not something that I want to see. But out of those 3 teams that I mentioned, RUKH esports and LAG esports are the 2 teams that I'm very surprised to see the way they've been playing so far. Maybe Rookie Sports still a little bit better, but Lag Esports, I'm not really enjoying what I'm seeing from them so far in today's games.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a little bit of an off day. Who knows? But speaking about off day, we are going to be taking a quick moment off as we are going to be heading into a break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back with match number 5.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, we are about to hop into our final match. And, well, it's going nowhere other than straight into the desert for the final time to show the teams the opportunity to lock in even more points. And I want to see who's going to be looking to just go absolutely crazy moving into this final game.
Yep, the final Miramar game of the day, and I'm hoping it doesn't go all the way to Titan Gaming. I feel like Titan Gaming have had the best of days today. I'm not surprised that they're currently seated, or if they will be seated on the top of the leaderboards, because I mean, today was just a day. If Titan Gaming was a day, it's today.
Well, I mean, I can't really argue with that fact, as we know Titans being a very, very strong force when it comes over to Miramar itself. But I mean, there's quite a bit of opportunity here, right? As we know, Mo Esports, TEAMLAG, Triple Esports, and URUS, they've concluded all 4 their games for the day. Now it is, of course, the players that are going to be coming through from Blackjack, Titan, Vampires, and VISTA to show us what their final attempt is going to be to lock in all the points they can find. With Titans already having a glorious run, but will they be able to secure that coming through right here in this very last Miramar?
Yeah, I keep my eye out on Titan Gaming to see if they'll be able to continue to boost themselves on the top of the leaderboard. But I've just got to talk about Blackjack Esports, right? Blackjack Esports, we've been seeing them be on a decline today, and that is not something we enjoy to see from them. Yesterday, they did have that decline, but they were able to come back in the final game and get themselves a chicken dinner. And if they do that today, it's fine. But at the same time, you can't be waiting to that last game before you begin to pop off.
Yeah, you definitely need to try and, get as much accomplished here as you can. But I got to say, up to this point, looking at what the players from Titan Gaming have been doing, I mean, they sit on a total of 52 points just at this stage, right? Completing only their first few games, only 3 games in the bag, and now as they're getting ready to venture into the final one, I mean, they could be putting a strong effort towards that absolutely insane performance we saw come through from Triple Esports just yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm going to be keeping my eye out on the overall ranking at the end of this game to see how many teams are able to breach into that 100-point game. But without further ado, we will be getting into the final game of the day. Welcome to the sandy dunes of Miramar.
Oh, yes, and a very, very comfortable flight path to kick off the proceedings here. As you can see, the current standings, it is going to be Titan Gaming sitting all the way up on 90 points. And that is quite a bit of a lead, as you can see, already 15 points ahead of where Triple Esports is, and 18 points ahead of where Wave find themselves.
And well, we'll be looking forward to see how they'll be able to close up all of these gaps. But anyway, we do see a pretty central play path taking us all the way from the south all to the north. We're looking at Torre Ahumada currently being in play. It's such a nice play path. I think everyone should be fine with this.
Well, let's see how much finesse teams will be looking to bring through as they get the opportunity to go on down. Also, just waiting on the edge of our seats to see where that next, well, that first rather zone is going to be taking us. As the teams have now pretty much all making their way down. Ooh, a bit of a northern zone. I don't mind if I do. And it could maybe show a little bit of love towards that San Martin area.
Why do you like the city finishes, DK? Why?
No. It's not said towards area, right? Not San Martin itself, right? The area around San Martin, very challenging to play, right? And I love it because it's chaotic, right? I don't want the city finish. We already had one. We can't have 2 in a day, right? One is enough.
I think the chaotic finish I would like to see would be up in the Oasis, right? Just that little top part on the north. I know the odds are low, but it's not bad to wish for it. I hope the zone gods are listening to me today and they kind of grant my wish today.
Yeah, but the reverse psychology part is you got to go like, I don't want it to go to Oasis, right? It can go anywhere else, but I do not want it to go to Oasis.
Zone
If you
gods,
say
did
it
you
like
hear
that,
that?
maybe it works. Yes, we do not want Oasis at all. Please don't take it there. But maybe we do. Either which way, we are going to be looking on. As the Vampires, well, they now have the entirety of San Martin to themselves because there's no URUS here to really contest them for it. We also have a virtual gaming squad just a little bit over to the eastern side, up in towards Hacienda del Patron.
I think it's nice to see the side there of vampires and Urus finally coming to a good standpoint. I get Urus is not in this game, but still now vampires can loot San Martin undisturbed, and the side there of Urus, if they're in the game, it does look like they've decided to start going to Hacienda del Patron, which kind of makes me question where Urus would land if they have vampires and virtual gaming squad in the same lobby.
Well, I mean, that would be an interesting one to definitely be an interesting one to see how they where they would go. But looking at the points that we can see at the top of the screen,
Hmm.
one team that definitely needs to get it going is going to be Vampires today because they find themselves in a very very tough position. I mean, yesterday they only found 3 points. Looking at where they are currently right now, they're sitting on a total of 8. So that means they've only found 5 points so far today. So we want to see them get in a little bit more. So maybe a start over in San Martin could be good, but maybe then they should rotate towards those western hills. Just
Yeah.
look to hold up a bit of a position over there.
Yeah. They really have to capitalize on this blessing that they have in terms of the zone. I really hope they can play towards their strengths because they really need the vampires. We've not really seen them play so well. We've been questioning vampires like, okay, we want to see the vampires that finished on top in PMNC because I believe
Mm.
they actually did coming from the PMNC. They were the number one team from Africa on the PMNC board. So I really want to see them pull that same performance that we saw from them.
I mean, there's only one way to figure out how it's gonna work. Whether or not vampires would be able to accomplish a very very consistent push like that. But yeah, I mean, if we look at the positioning in which they finished up, they could be that chance, right? If
Hmm.
they're able to replicate those efforts again and just focus in and get the job done.
Yeah, they need to get the job done. So, vampires, if you're listening to us, please do so. We do see that zone centering up quite nicely on the north, as we said. Blackhand find themselves somewhere close to the center, which makes me wonder how they're going to play heading into this game. They're a team that would usually see play around the edge of center ish, but now that they're kind of already forced to be close to the center, I want to see how they would play it going into this final game.
Well, let's see how they look to push on through. Of course, now a very, very quiet Miramar, at least for the time being, right? Not anything exceptional happening just yet, but hopefully that is all going to be changing up pretty soon as we make our way through. It is Miramar, it is a very vast map, so things
Mhm.
sometimes take a little bit of time, but we've seen these teams possess the capability of really looking to speed up the proceedings, right? Not necessarily having it play out as slowly as one would expect.
Yeah, I know, right? And even though they drag it out up to that ninth zone, it still just feel or that ninth phase, it still just feels very, very fast. Things out here in Myanmar. But anyway, out there on that east, we see the side there of the Mind Weapon. They do look to be holding quite an interesting split with three of the players around the El Azhar have one player closer to the east or more into the east, close to the center of the circle. It's nice to see CRYPTICS already making their rotation into the circle, going in from that southern edge. And you can tell that this rotation is purely based off of the fact that they know that with this rotation, they're definitely not going to be meeting the team that goes for a split push here, which is usually more esports.
Ooh, the team that splits. Blackjack now having to split up that approach as they've just run into a little bit of the Arab Golden action. But I mean, it's not the worst play coming through here for Blackjack because they've now been able to secure themselves a position within the zone. And as we know, that blue zone is slowly but surely closing up, so it is going to force the hand of Arab. They need to eventually venture out and get themselves back into zone.
Yep, and Blackjack Esports already playing early gatekeepers is interesting to see. Arab Golden deciding to take this fight is also very interesting to see, given that this is the early phase. Both teams could easily decide to go for a disengage, and they have enough space to make all of that. But it looks like these teams really want to battle it out, and well, I guess that's what comes with the map of Miramar.
Well, looking at the points, Arab Golden could definitely do with a few more, right? They
Hmm.
are currently sitting on about 38 points to their name. So they are Well, 9 points behind Blackjack. So out of those two teams, definitely it could be App Golden who would be benefiting most out of it. But is that
Mhm.
going to be likely? Will we see both these teams getting into even further altercation? Because we've got so many others now starting to rotate through. Blackjack, of course, also going to be making their way in towards that San Martin region. And look at the
What?
action that is about to just unfold right there.
You know, normally, like as would say, we have the skittle bag just all over the floor. I think this time the skittle bag is not even open. Every skittle is still in the bag, and that bag is that play zone that we've got going on there. So many. Oh, love it! Love it!
See, I told you, like San Martin area, right?
Mhm.
This still counts as area because I mean Hacienda del Patron kind of still falls under the umbrella of that. But either which way, oh, this is going to be such a sweaty play for our team still alive. And here we go as Wave now. Get right down to business with App Golden finding the first spray on towards Broly, but not going to be backing off just yet. Instead, cooking up the nades, trying to reach across, and this could be that now bounce back opportunity for Wave.
Yeah, Wave Esports looking to take this fight very confidently. They do look to always seem confident when they go for that attacking play. Very good on the offense. And seeing that they've already kickstarted to a good day today, I'm pretty sure they will be feeling very confident heading into this fight. That zone moving all the way towards that east. Every single player sent it, or every single team was sending it towards San Martin. And then the zone just says, psych, going all the way to that east. And everybody now has to move.
Yeah, that was a glorious Bazinga moment coming through right there. But yeah, the hard work is not yet here, right? You know, once all these teams cram up in towards the zone, that is where the carnage will come through. And it's going to be quite a bit of a battle, but I'm curious to see what the players from TimeOut are going to be doing because they're still holding up in towards the northeastern side. And from what we can see, the entire eastern half of the zone is wide open for the taking.
Yeah, they have a lot of space to play with. And I hope they can actually play with that space. Timeout have not really had the best of days today, nor did they even have the best of days yesterday. So I'm looking forward to seeing them put in numbers, put in better play with all of the space that they have to work with. For teams that do not have so much space, is Blackjack Esports and CRYPTICS out here on the south, as both teams do find themselves in a little bit of a stalemate, every flank angle being covered, and we have two players there from CRYPTICS already starting the push.
Well, the pressure, the heat is on as Blackjack now trying to hold their own alongside the squad here from CRYPTICS.
Oh,
But these nades are just so on point. As we can see, El Chapo now getting found out. But it's going to be a really tough play as, you know, Blackjack really looking to prove a point, trying to really stick it up to CRYPTICS.
yep, and we've already seen Blackjack Esports take out Cryptic in Sanhok, and it does look like they are looking to do the same thing out here in Miramar, as Lazy Boy would also get dropped. Marshall, the only one in this building, as the side of Blackjack, waiting for the AC card to come up. The thirst would force Marshall to push out. He would get that knock up onto Zeke, as he's now up in a 1v3 situation. Phoenix pushing up the stairs alone, loses a little bit of HP. Marshall trying to hold up, he jumps outside. The third party is very imminent, but the side of Blackjack Esports looking to take things a little bit slow. Trap that revive up before they continue up on the engagement.
Well, they're not out of the woods just yet because this could be Marshall's opportunity to strike. As things have quieted down. Wave also now going to be just pulling right alongside them. So this could add to the pressure. It could either be Blackjack getting caught in the sandwich or CRYPTICS facing a very similar fate. But it's going to be Hamodi and Phonics now just trying to get themselves back into shape here as OneHawk moves on forward. And this could be exactly what they now need to get the jump. But up they come. Oh, spots out the first. Down they go. Hamodi getting re-knocked. And Phonics, no. Oh, not being able to have the flames.
And I really hope the side of Wavy Sports were able to gather as much information about this fight. I don't know if they're still aware of that last player there from CRYPTICS that is in the vicinity. We saw them go out in this similar fashion in the previous Miramar game where they blindly pushed up onto the side of Titans. But it's just good to see that now Wavy Sports are able to cross that T, actually, and realize that, you know what, we're going to be pushing into fights more carefully and maybe this time more as a squad, as they're able to wipe up, pick a little bit of pieces from the side there of Blackjack.
You know the teams mean business when they start crossing their I's and dotting their T's, because that just takes that extra level of focus. And now there's going to be those hits finding their way over towards Fibo. Rhino trying to come in with the res, but One Nog does deny them at least that initial res. So curious to see whether or not they're going to actually be able to pull it off, as it does seem like Greedy, I mean, they're taking a slightly different approach here.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding themselves taking third-party shots from the side of Wave Esports. They're also taking that head-on engagement with the side of the World of Battle. I'm pretty sure they're not feeling any sort of comfort right now. Enoch would go on to initiate the trade onto the side of the World of Battle, but the side of Greedy4Q still need to grab 2 revives.
And it's going to be a pretty tough one, especially looking at the company they are now sharing the area with. But it is going to be Zuxi and Nossa moving up, leaving their teammates behind. Okay, well, sometimes you just got to, you know, discount your losses and push on forward. In the meanwhile, it's still going to be CRYPTICS and Wave fighting for a bit of possession all the way down south. As we know, Blackjack having a bit of a tough run, getting sent off, and the zone is going to look to just shift up yet again. It is going to be the players also then from timeout hitting up a bit of an issue there. A smash now comes rolling on through, but look at Black Hand. Very centered, very comfortable, and I mean, it just looks so leisurely over there.
Yeah, I really hope they can pull it off with a 3-man squad. I believe they lost one player, RUKH, on rotations, but still that zone about to close up. A lot of these teams finding themselves on that western side, and the zone would move once again to the east, troubling everybody on the west as Virtual Gaming Squad, Titan, they have to get done and dusted. Same thing can be said about the Mind Weapon and the World of Battle as they will begin to take some shots, but Wavy Sports, they finally close in on Senkei's position, and it's only a matter of time before they go upstairs. Shotgun to the face. Senkei out.
Yes, sir. That is the job done and dusted, but still a little bit more to do as we have Nossa and Zuxi just a little bit further up ahead. Meanwhile, the Titan's going to be rushing on forward. We have the players here from the Mind Weapon pushing in on the World of Battle. And who's going to be one to reign supreme as the players here from TIMEOUT Esports now get sent on back. But here we go, Arthur cooking up the nades, spots a bit of an opportunity, does not want to send it out onto their teammate. Instead, they come rushing forward, and Mohammed picks up the first knock.
Yep, Zar will be down. Max HP very, very low as Luciano will be the last player left for the side there of the Mind Weapon to kind of help his last teammates. But the World of Battle already looking to show so much prowess going into this engagement. 2 minutes, and they need to clear this fight as quickly. BBS to get Arthur out of the vehicle as Max looking to draw a couple of points for himself and his team. The jump shot will come through. Not quite able to get it to connect as Kron looking to find that shot. Max hits the deck, but it's not quite enough as he would get spotted by the World of Battle.
What a glorious play that was coming through from the World of Battle. We also saw in the meantime that the Vampires took out the Virtual Gaming Squad. Vampires now sitting with 4 eliminations to their names, so another glorious run. Ra'ad also getting backed up and shipped out. Off they go. Smash team now sending all the way up onto 7 eliminations, the second highest elimination score that we can see on the board.
And that's what happens when you give Smash Team a lot of teams to attack. We saw them go for that beautiful push-up onto the side of timeout, executing them, taking them out easily, and now you can just see them continuing to put those points up on the board, and that's something I enjoy to see from Smash Team, the consistency at which they're using to attack teams and also prevent teams from getting into the circle.
There's something weird happening out on the battlefield. We did see yet another team now meeting their end. Of course, VISTA are going to be looking to just maintain a bit of control on towards that southern side. But if we look into a more centralized position, Titans, they've moved up into those warehouses. But it's going to be a risky play because, I mean, there's not that much coverage within those warehouses.
Yep, and there is a high ground surrounding the warehouse, which means if a team does go there as a full man, you know, like you're in a whole lot of trouble. They do not seem to be holding any splits at the moment because, yeah, you can't go for that split really early, but still not the best of positions coming through from them. There is a couple of real estates, though, in the circle, and we see some of them being occupied, as we see one here with the side here of Vista Gaming.
Well, here we go. Mozaro and crew now getting them ready. I like the fact that Mozaro started that M249 reload 5 minutes ago, and they just finished it up as we hopped across. But here we have it. That zone is going to move up yet again. But who's going to have the blessing? Will it be Titans? And we can see still holding on to the warehouses, or could it maybe turn in favor of Smash?
RUKH Esports, maybe. I call RUKH Esports. I think they deserve the zone. One thing we've seen is that they really got the zone so much last week, and they were able to play with that zone. But this time, looks like Titans will be the one to get the zone. And of course, Titans get the zone. I mean, it's Miramar. It's literally their map. But anyway, Vampires having a tough time on rotation as they would meet against the side there of the World of Battle.
Yeah, a little bit too much of that UV exposure now getting sent towards the Vampires, as they've potentially been reduced down to a two-piece. It is going to be up to Stop and Savage to see if they can stop any of the savagery that could be heading in their direction. Muhammad waiting patiently for that E3S spray to come through, but there we go. Oh, it's going to be Azan who will fall next, and Vampire slowly getting taken apart.
I mean, you just got to admire the switch of scopes coming through from Mohammed there. Switching from the 6x to the 3x and back. He's just using whichever one secures him that vision that he wants. But anyway, on the other hand, we see the fights that we never cease to see on Miramar. Black Hand going up against the side of RUKH Esports. RUKH Esports this time do have 4 players up. And the side of Black Hand having to go for this defense with only 2.
Well, let's see what this one will bring. It is going to be a send coming through here from RUKH. The nade secures the head on towards Storm. So there's no rushing the building as Bronsberg preps themselves for the altercation. Oh, but that is a beautiful nade. And this is RUKH now having to start a bit of a backpedal here as, well, it's not going the way that they hoped.
Yeah, not at all. 2 players are down. 1 revive is being processed by Pusher, and the other is about to start. It's about to commence. Coming through from Rami. Blackhand also have to grab a revive up in Storm as he's able to be back on his feet. Koa swinging out from the side, looking to apply a little bit of pressure onto that revive coming through as Vampires looking to continue with their altercation with the side there of the World of Battle. Braun looking to put in the World of Hurt. He's taking down 2 of their players already, and he's looking to hunt for the remaining 2.
Oh, someone called Buffy because, well, players here from the World of Battle are going to be taking down the Vampires right then and there. RUKH now still looking to regain a little bit of ground on the edge of zone. Still have Black Hand holding around in the area here, but Koa and the rest of the squad now focusing their efforts on that edge play. Storm now just up on the buggy, which looks quite interesting. But here we have it as RUKH. They seem to be so relentless. They are quite eager to find the angle now onto Black Hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you give RUKH Esports the time to grab their revives. They've been able to grab all revives up, and that is what exactly they are putting into this fight, using that numbers advantage for themselves. As you can already see the side here of Black Hand being backed away to the edges, and with this position that Black Hand is seeming to hold, they're pretty much opening and setting themselves up for third party.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case. We do have Plaza up high now, just dropping down, looking to bring in a little bit of assistance here as Koa preps up the weapon. It is going to be pushed now, holding a very tight, concise position on the edge. A bit of a third-party action coming through there from Titan and the World of Battle as well. So not an easy spot to find yourself in. But there's going to be a lot of pressure riding on the shoulders here of Koa as, oh, the DBS comes in to close up the show.
And that's what happens when you allow the revive come through. The revives did come through from the side of RUKH Esports, and they used it to their advantage. I like the fact that RUKH Esports were able to push the players there from Black Hand to the back of the wall, opening them up to a lot of third party coming through from the side of Titan Gaming, and they were able to capitalize on that one. And I really enjoyed the patience and the proactiveness that was shown by the side there of RUKH Esports.
Well, it's nearly a full Titan prediction coming through from the Arabic casters. And, well, Titans having a pretty high level of expectations being created here. They have not yet found a single elimination, and they are down to a 2-piece. So if you want to talk about pressure, that is exactly what they could be experiencing here. But I got to say, it is looking to lean more in favor of the players from Wave, right? They have the numbers advantage. They have the positioning. And they've got the elims. I mean, they've got 10 eliminations to their name.
Yeah, I actually have to be with you on that one because they are actually looking sick. 2 players in the center of the circle, 2 players on the edge. What more could you ask for? RUKH Esports, they're looking to go for a mad rumble into the zone. Definitely not the jungle. As we see Titans now lose 1 player in their 2-man split. It's going to be P6, I believe. Sponcher is here for the revive, but it's only a matter of time. It's going to get crashed through soon.
Up comes the send now as RUKH secure themselves back into the zone. And this is where the challenge comes through for Titan, right? We were saying before that these warehouses are so difficult to play because there's not a lot of hard coverage. Fortunately for Titans, they were able to get themselves secured moving into the building just behind it. But now Wave getting caught out in the open. Puncher. Ooh. Fortunately, not leading that shot enough, but either which way does find a little bit of action and a lot of love now coming through there from RUKH and VISTA.
If he hit that shot, that is easily my highlight moment of the whole tournament. I don't think anything is gonna beat that. Like that would have been such a sick clip. But anyway, we do see action going on that western side, the side here of Wave Esports. I'm enjoying how they're playing, not too far, not too close. You see them holding up that split, putting on the pressure onto different teams, and now it does look like Mozaro would be the one finding himself, succumbing to those grenades coming through from the side here of Petrox and Himo.
Well, the hit is going to be on it yet again. Here we go. Petrox sends it out. Mazzaro up on the opposite end. Good receiving quite a bit of love, but instead it is Petrox who gets the nade from Mazzaro. What a turnaround that was. VISTA looking to bounce back, and this could be that opportunity. Taking aim at a Wave, and this is where the whole situation is starting to turn on its head. We can see up north the altercations will continue as the players there from the world of battle now move in on towards RUKH, just laying wait to them off. There are 5 teams remain, and it's still not anyone's game at this point, but Wave and the world of battle, both teams sitting on 10 eliminations apiece.
I tell you, these guys are out here putting in the work. The World of Battle finally tapping into that form that we saw them show us as of yesterday, and I'm loving that one. That game is going for a flank. Vandal's flank has been spotted. It's only a matter of time before he does get taken out, and all sorts of angles have eyes on him as he will get dropped down. VISTA Gaming Aqua playing this one right, as the remaining 2 players are not even close to each other. And at this point, I'm like, Abud doesn't even look like he's going to form up on Mozaro anytime soon.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look to be the case here, and it's quite surprising because it did seem like VISTA had the upper hand moving into this region. But here we go now. It's going to be Kron, final contender, looking to 1v1 it up against Titans. But, of course, P6 says thank you so much for coming. Instead, we'll just take your loot and you can go enjoy the lobby.
3 eliminations to the name for that man there, and you can already see him putting in the work. And Wave Esports now looking for that last player there, or looking for Mozaro in the grass. Mozaro pretty much blending so perfectly with the floor. Abud would get spotted as he tries to form up on his teammate. Gaddafi might just be next in line as Mozaro waits to line the shot from. He's able to find the players to follow suit, but they would spot that man in the grass and take him out. 13 elims to Wave Esports, and it does look like Wave Esports might just be going over the second win today.
I mean, that was a valiant effort at a bit of an ambush there, but Mozaro not really getting a full handle on the situation. Either which way, as we now return up north, it's going to be Smash taking a very interesting 1-1 split here with Rolex and Ban. And Titan, now, as they come pushing up into the zone, might have spotted out a little bit of something, but here we go. Puncher now getting hit in the face as Ban stops them from any further advances. It all now goes down to P6 for that longevity of Titan Gaming.
I don't know, man. It does look like P6 is only watching to see if that push is going to come through. Wave Esports left as a 3-man, but they're still playing on a very long split in the circle. Love to see that one. The triangle is what they've got going on as we start to see Titans bleed out. P6 would be the last player to hold it on for his team as Puncher does get thirsted from the side. Wave Esports increasing that lead count already up to 15 as the return fire from Rolex would not quite find the target. Van trying to see if he can find a way into the circle, but Himo would uproot him from that vehicle. 16 elims onto the side of Wave Esports, and they are up in of 3v1. They know this is yet another Miramar game for them. We've been waiting for Wave Esports to pull up, and they've gone the chicken dinner today, and they do look to be walking up with this next chicken dinner.
I mean, there's a very high probability of that happening right now. But it's all going to come down to what P6 will be bringing on through. A 1v3 that is not easy place to be. But Wave sitting on 16 eliminations. Definitely looking to challenge that performance that we saw come through from Triple Esports just yesterday. But here we have it. P6 not having the best spot. The blue zone is going to apply all the extra pressure that they need. And I mean, this could be Wave now winning thanks to the blue zone.
I mean, if Wave Esports gets this elimination up onto P6, that would be them breaking Titan's record of a chicken dinner and most elimination of 17 elims. They're currently sitting on 16. They're looking for that last player. They're very aware of where he is. You can already see the Rosa shots already coming through. This is coming in from the side, tries to get the knock and would find one in Hemo, but his HP has been trickled down to be very low. Papa Blue pushing in with so much intensity, and that man has to heal, but not against the blue zone, as Titans would fall, but Wave Esports would claim another chicken dinner for the day, doing it in the final game of Miramar.
I mean, they came so close to just evening the battlefield with that chicken dinner coming through from Titan that we saw before. But there we have it, right? 16 eliminations and a chicken. I mean, it is looking pretty tasty, especially if your name is Wave. And what a play that was. But you got to give it up to P6 as well, right? I mean, just putting up such a phenomenal defensive play, not backing out of the fight. And essentially, as we know, you just can't beat the blue, especially when you have no health really to work with.
And when your team color is actually purple, yeah, definitely not beating that blue zone. But anyway, Wave Esports tried so hard to get that last healing, but unfortunately they were not quite able to do it. But we've just got to admire the way Wave Esports played that game. They played with so much confidence. From the scratch when they got their first 4 elims, you could already see their confidence just popping up, right? Able to clear out the south, and they continue to push up, and that is just nice to see coming through from the side of Wave.
I mean, they were moving up in waves, right? So it makes sense. You know, the name suggested already, you know, not just exposing it all, taking it step by step, but a very strong push coming through from Wave. And I want to see what they're going to be able to bring into the rest of this week, because I mean, if this is the kind of approach that they are looking to lead with, I think we're in for quite a satisfying performance from Wave, and it's already quite a bit of an improvement from what we saw just yesterday. I mean, yesterday Wave closed off the day after 4 matches sitting on 35 points. Coming into this one, they were sitting on 37 points already. So I mean, the sky is going to be the limit. This could be Wave hitting well into those 50 points for the day. So gotta like it.
Yeah, gotta really love it. I enjoy the fact that we started today saying that Wave Esports, you're doing so well keeping yourself in that top 8 bubble, but can you actually do better? And Wave Esports is like, yes, we can do better, you just have to give us a little bit of time. But that being said, let's take a look at the highlights from this cracker of the Miramar game.
Oh, some pretty beautiful plays coming through there. And I mean, Wave, you know, they just kicking up a storm. Got to love all the hits that they were bringing in on that one. But of course, there's also that time of day, right? We now need to see how many points our teams were able to secure into this last match. I mean, game number 5 for our teams, that was game number 4. But let's take a look and see what that point distribution is now coming in.
Yeah, Wave Esports getting the lion's share of points, 26 points total going through from that game, with Smash Team following just behind them with 14 points. But the World of Battle, we saw them be able to put up so much points on board. And I tell you, if the World of Battle were able to keep more than one player up at the end of that game, they definitely would have been able to secure more placements. But they had just Kron holding down the forts for them, who eventually had to go down to the Titans. But 13 points up the board for the World of Battle after a series of bad games today. I'll take it.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. We will settle for that. We will take it. We will have it. Thank you so much. But, you know, hard work has been, well, a lot of hard work has been done here today. We've seen a few upsets. I mean, Vampires also now just rising out of the ashes. Even though, sure, they got taken out in that 7th to 8th place, it's okay because they also added the 4 eliminations, securing themselves 5 points. And I mean, they especially need that based on the tough day that they had just yesterday. So, you know, well done to the Vampires.
Yeah, well done to the Vampire. Well done to Vista Gaming also in this game. I remember starting off today, they were not sitting in the best of positions. We were saying we needed Vista Gaming to actually show us a good performance. But right now, putting up 9 points in this game, pretty much good. At least that puts them on a good footing or a good feeling ending the day. Same thing can be said about RUKH Esports. But man, Black Hand just getting 4 points in this game. I'm gonna give them the bronze, given that they've not really had the best of days today.
Well, I mean, bronze not the worst medal to get. You know, it's a good one regardless. But let's also then take a bit of a look and see who we have sitting all the way over on towards that second page.
Whoa. Look at that. It's one all the way from ninth position to 15th. And that just goes to show you that this Miramar game was none to reckon with. And this thing went all south when that zone went to the east, because everyone was in the center of the circle. And then we started getting hard shifts. I don't remember the last time we see this many hard shifts coming through from Miramar, but that is what we really want to see. These challenging zones that, makes these teams play in uncomfortable positions.
Yeah, that is definitely what we love to see because it separates the the teams that are really good at reading those positions from the teams that find themselves in a little bit more of a struggling position. And I mean, it results in some pretty exciting PUBG mobile action. But of course, now having taken a look at the match points coming through for our very last game, we also need to take a bit of a look and see what the overall ranking point situation is for this week. Remember, these are not the grand overall standings. It's just for the week,
Oh,
and it is going to be a very close one.
1 point away from 100 total points for the side of Titan Gaming. And at this point, I'm like, come on, P6, why didn't you grab that test up onto Hazam? Because if he had, that would have actually been 100 total points for Titan. I was wondering which teams would get close to 100 points going into this game. And boy, going into the end of the day, and Titan Gaming getting 99 points, you just love to see that one. But look at Wave Esports and the amount of eliminations that they've put up on board.
I mean, it's a glorious day, right? Definitely a glorious day coming through from them. But of course, another stand-up performance that we are seeing on this first page is URUS Esports, right? Sitting up in 8th place. 35 of those points, of the 44 points that they have, just came in from their performance here today. So a great increase in the showing here. And you got to like it because, they're climbing up the board. Blackjack having a bit of a tougher run, only 17 points being secured today. But as we know, right, it was still a valiant effort, just strengthening their placement all the way on the first page.
Yeah, and Triple Esports also not having the best of days today. They've only been able to stay on 75 points going into the end of today. Only able to grab what, 16 points for the total for today. That's not the Triple Esports that we saw yesterday, and that's not the Triple Esport that we want to see. But I'm pretty sure that going back to the drawing board today, tomorrow, have that little bit of test, and then come back on Friday, they can show us exactly what they can do. But the world of battle, 34 points total today, jumping themselves up to third position. I'm liking what I'm seeing from them.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many impressive points. Let's take a look and see what that second page looks like and who we have sitting over on the side. It's going to be CRYPTICS, then coming through on 41 points to their name, just one ahead of Greedy and just one ahead of Arab. And I mean, look at that. We have a bit of a draw coming through between Raad and the Smash team.
Yeah, Raad not quite putting up as much of a performance as I expected them to do today. It's painful to see, but I really hope that going into Friday's games, they actually come back with more consistency and more confidence going into the game. Smash team actually did have a good day today, 26 points being able to be grabbed today. They were on the third page starting today, and now going into this final game of the day, we see them already being on the second page, inching closer and closer to that 12th position. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, they started off the day with only 12 points to their name. And as you've said, right, adding a beautiful tally to that 26, that is what you want to have. But now, as we look a little bit further down, it is going to be the players from TEAMLAG, on the edge of that next page. I mean, only finding 3 points for today. So a majority of Lag's points, the remaining 24, came in from the performance that they had yesterday. But let's take a look and see what is over on page number 3.
Page number 3, what we don't like to see, more esports now finding their way back to page number 3. Yesterday, we saw them holding up at 14th position, but going into today, they were only able to gather 7 points. And this was what we talked about yesterday, that yesterday they did put up 13 points. We're fine with the fact that you're able to put up that many points on board, given that it is better than what you pulled up last week on that first day. But does not mean you should use that as a sleeping point. You need to still stand up and put up some points up on board. And being out here in 18th position, I do not like what I'm seeing.
Mm. I mean, well, you got to give credit to Mo because looking at where they were last week at this point, right? They were sitting
Mhm.
on 17 points. So sitting on 20, it's already an improvement. Okay, not the level of improvement that is required moving into the second phase. So they got to step it up, right? There's still 3 more days of action for them to play through and just try and find that rhythm, right? Find that approach that really works for them and that is going to be capable of elevating them further and further up the overall rankings.
I mean, they should firstly start by finding a drop location that on all 3 maps. I think, if we're gonna add Vikendi to it, maybe all 4 games, but that's if they make Vikendi. But they really, really need to find their drop location, then start to find that pattern of play that would work for them. Blackhand also another team that I'm just gonna give it to them because I know they have what it takes to actually come back going into the next couple of days. Plus, they're on top of the leaderboard. Maybe they're deciding to give phase 2 as that head start phase for every other person. But remember, if you're giving every other person a head start, you do not forget about the head start that you're supposed to get.
Well, there we go, right? Coach Grounds has said what he needed to say to get the teams prepped and ready for the final 3 days of this phase. But of course, we want to use this quick opportunity to give a mad shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Well, I mean, Coach Grounds, I think you've said pretty much everything that we are going to be looking to see for these teams coming back on Friday, right? They have a day to do the necessary VOD reviews to get that next extra bit of spice secured into position. But then come Friday, day number 3 for this phase, we want to see the teams really bringing everything that they can and all the additional improvements to the battlefield.
Yeah, we know like come Friday is when everybody starts that mad dash to the top. The mad dash to Vikendi, the mad dash to the top. And my final remarks would be towards the side of CRYPTICS. I've really been on their toe, on their matter from the beginning of the week. I really want to see them put points up on the board. I feel very confident in Triple Esports headed into Friday's games. So I really want to see that one. But one thing I'm really wanting to see is that these teams that we saw finish in the middle of the table last week, we're seeing them play better this week. I'm talking about the World of Battle, the Mind Weapon. We're seeing them playing better this week, and I want to see that consistency from the play continue on Friday.
Well, there's only one way to find out what is going to be happening on Friday, and that is by joining us back on Friday, same time, same place. We are going to be having Esproxy on desk. So Crowns is going to be going out and doing all the analysis that he can do to come back even more over OP in the next one. But guys, on that, thank you so much for joining us for all the PUBG Mobile action that day 2 has brought us in phase number 2. So be sure to join us on Friday, and we'll see you guys then. Stay fresh, stay frosty, and have a fantastic evening.